Tonight, we're venturing into that darkness. We've gathered a collection of true camping stories that will remind you that sometimes the most terrifying things aren't just in the movies. These are real experiences from people who went looking for an escape and found something they never expected. So, get comfortable, turn down the lights, and get ready for true camping horror stories for a dark summer night. My name is Frank Powell. If you want to understand this story, you first have to understand the water. You have to know that a lake isn't just a body of water, it's a place of memory, a keeper of secrets. For 60 years, I've fished the lakes and rivers of northern Maine, from the Allagash down to the Saco. I've learned their moods, their tempers. I've seen the morning mist rise off them, like steam from a witch's cauldron. And I've felt the bone, deep chill of a winter squall that can blow in from nowhere and turn the surface to a churning gray fury. In all that time, I've seen some strange things. Unexplained lights in the deep woods, shadows that move against the tree line, whispers on the wind that sound almost like a name. But I'm a practical man. I've always found a way to explain them away. A trick of the light, the wind in the pines, an old man's mind playing games on him. But what happened to my friend Charlie is different. There's no explaining Charlie. There's no explaining what he became. Charlie was, without exaggeration, the finest fisherman I ever knew. He wasn't a man who fished for a hobby. He was a man who lived to fish. It was in his blood, a current that ran deeper and stronger than in anyone else I've ever met. He was born and raised on the shores of Sebago Lake, and he knew it better than most men know their own homes. He knew every cove where the base hid from the summer sun, every deep, cold hole where the lake trout lurked, every secret, weed, choked spot that the weekend tourists with their fancy fish finders would never discover. He had a map of that lake in his head, a three-dimensional living chart that told him not just where the fish were, but where they were going to be. He wasn't a big man, Charlie. He was wiry and weathered. His face a roadmap of lines carved by 60 odd years of sun and wind. His hands were gnarled and calloused, but they were gentle with a fishing line, able to feel the slightest, most hesitant nibble from 100 feet down. But his eyes, that's what you noticed about him. They were a pale, watery blue, and they were always looking out at the lake, even when he was miles inland. It was like a part of him was always out there, on the water. His boat was as much a part of him as his own skin. It was an old Lund, 16 feet of dented, and scratched aluminum that he'd named the Lunker. Nothing fancy, but it was his kingdom. He was out in it every chance he got, day or night. But he especially loved the night. He swore the biggest fish, the old, smart ones, only came out to feed after midnight. They're shy, Frank, he'd tell me, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. They don't like all the noise and the commotion. You gotta go out when the lake is quiet, when it's just you and them and the dark. I went with him a few times on those midnight excursions. There was a magic to it, I'll admit. The world shrinks down to the small circle of light cast by your lantern. The water turns to black ink, and the only sounds are the gentle lapping and against the hull and the hum of insects on the shore. It felt like you were the only person on Earth. But there was an edge to it, too. A feeling that you were trespassing in a world that wasn't meant for you. The darkness on that lake is a different kind of darkness. It's heavy. It feels like it's watching you. I never felt entirely comfortable out there, but Charlie, he thrived on it. He was home. The night he disappeared, a squall blew in off the White Mountains. It was a vicious, unseasonable thing for late summer. One minute the sky was clear and littered with stars. The next the wind was screaming, and the rain was coming down in sheets so thick you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. Charlie was out on the lake alone. He'd gone out around 10, telling his wife he'd be back by dawn with breakfast. He never came back. They found the lunker the next morning. A couple of guys from the marina spotted it. It was capsized, drifting in the reeds on the far side of the lake, miles from where he usually fished. The hull was scraped up bad on one side, and his favorite rod, the one his father had given him, was gone. Of Charlie, there was no sign. The search went on for a week. The Maine Warden's Service brought in their best divers. They dragged the bottom. They used sonar. Local folks, myself included, took our boats out every day, from sunrise to sunset, crisscrossing the lake, our eyes scanning the water until they burned. We called his name until our throats were raw, the sound swallowed by the vast, indifferent silence of the lake. We found nothing, not a single trace. After 7 days, they called off the official search. We all figured he'd drowned. The storm must have caught him by surprise, flipped the boat. Maybe he hit his head. Maybe the cold water just took him. His body, we reasoned, must have gotten snagged on an old log or tangled in the weeds at the bottom of one of the deep holes he loved so much. Sebago is a deep, cold lake. It doesn't always give back what it takes. We held a memorial service at the little community church. The whole town came. We shared stories about Charlie, about his kindness, his laugh, his uncanny ability to pull a fish out of water that everyone else swore was empty. We mourned him. We tried our best to comfort his wife. And then, slowly, painfully, we began to move on. Life has a way of doing that. The seasons change. The world keeps turning. The sharp edges of grief begin to dull. About a month went by. The leaves were just starting to hint at the autumn to come, their edges tinged with yellow and red. The nights were getting cooler. The ache of losing Charlie was still there, a hollow spot in my chest. But it wasn't the all-consuming pain it had been at first. One Friday evening, I found myself loading my gear into my own boat. I hadn't been out since the search. I told myself I just needed to get back out there, to not let the lake become a place of fear for me. But I knew, deep down, I was going out there to feel close to him again. I motored out to a spot near the northern shore, a place he'd shown me years ago, a place he called the Trophy Room. It was a perfect night for it. Calm, still, and moonless. The kind of night Charlie would have loved. The sky was a blanket of stars, so clear and bright they looked like spilled diamonds. I cut the engine and let the boat drift. The silence settled in, broken only by the chirping of crickets from the shore and the soft plop of my lure hitting the water. For a few hours, it was peaceful. I almost felt him there with me, a comfortable presence in the darkness. I was just about to pack it in, to call it a night, when I saw it. Far out across the water, towards the center of the lake, a light appeared. A single, flickering light, like an old oil lantern, bobbing gently in the distance. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was a Friday night, after all, even on a moonless night like this one. It wasn't unheard of to see another soul out on the water, chasing the same dream of a trophy fish. I figured it was just another fisherman. Someone like me, drawn out by the calm and the quiet. I watched the light for a moment, a small, lonely spark in the immense, breathing darkness of the lake. It bobbed with a gentle, hypnotic rhythm, and I turned my attention back to my own line, content to share the silence. But something kept drawing my eyes back to it. The light was moving, I realized, not just bobbing in place. It was coming closer, tracing a slow, deliberate path across the water's surface. Still, I wasn't alarmed. My mind, always looking for the logical explanation, supplied one readily. The other boat was simply drifting on the same subtle current as mine. I reeled in my line and recast it, the soft plop of the lure the only sound to break the stillness. I waited for the familiar, comforting sound of a small outboard motor, the quiet hum that would signal the other boat's approach. I waited for the rhythmic splash and creak of oars dipping into the water. The sound never came. The silence began to press in on me, thick and heavy. The only sounds were the ones I was making, the soft whir of my reel, the slight creak of my seat, the sound of my own breathing, which suddenly seemed loud and ragged in the quiet. The light kept coming, closer and closer, but it was accompanied by an unnerving, absolute lack of sound. It wasn't drifting. It was moving with purpose, gliding silently across the black, glassy surface of the lake like a phantom. A chill, entirely separate from the cool night air, began to creep up my spine. Every instinct I had, honed by 60 years on the water, was screaming at me that something was profoundly wrong. Boats don't move like that. Nothing moves like that. I set my rod down and reached for the powerful flashlight I kept in my tackle box. My hand was trembling slightly as I flicked the switch. A bright, solid beam cut through the darkness, and I aimed it at the approaching light. The beam hit the other vessel, and my blood turned to ice. My heart gave a painful lurch in my chest, a frantic, trapped bird beating against my ribs. It was a boat, a small aluminum fishing boat, but it was horribly battered and scarred. Long, deep gouges ran along its side, and the bow was dented inwards. It sat low in the water, looking heavy and waterlogged, as if it had been submerged for a long time. And then I saw the name, faded but still legible on the stern in Charlie's own clumsy hand, painting, the Lunker. It was Charlie's boat, the one they'd pulled from the reeds a month ago. The one that was supposed to be sitting in the impound lot at the Warden Service headquarters. Panic seized me, cold and sharp. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible sight before me. Had someone stolen it? Was this some kind of sick, cruel prank? But who would do such a thing? And how were they making it move without a sound? As it drew nearer, I saw that the lantern, an old brass one that had been Charlie's pride and joy, was sitting on the middle seat, its flame flickering weakly, casting long, dancing shadows. And then I saw that there was someone standing in the boat. A figure, tall and gaunt, stood near the bow, their back to me. They were perfectly still, a dark silhouette against the lantern's glow. My flashlight beam wavered as I tried to hold it steady on the person. "Hey!" I called out, my voice cracking. "Who's out there? What are you doing with that boat?" The figure didn't move. They didn't seem to have heard me. The boat continued its silent, inexorable glide towards mine. It was maybe 50 feet away now. 40. I could hear the soft, almost imperceptible sound of water sloshing inside its hull. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of wet, decaying leaves and stagnant bottom mud. The boat drifted into the edge of the light from my own boat's running lamps, The silhouette turned, slowly, with a stiffness that was deeply unnatural. The flashlight beam found the figure's face, and a strangled cry died in my throat. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Every rational thought I possessed fled, replaced by a primal, mind-shattering terror. It was Charlie. But it was a version of Charlie that had been dredged up from a nightmare. He was soaking wet, from his matted hair to his bare feet. His familiar flannel shirt and jeans were torn and ragged, draped with long, slimy strands of lake weed that clung to him like a shroud. His skin, the skin that had been so weathered and tanned by the sun, was now a pale, translucent, bluish gray, the color of a fish's belly. It looked soft and puffy, as if it had been in the water for a very long time. But his eyes, dear God, his eyes, they were wide and staring, fixed on me with a glassy, unblinking intensity. They were Charlie's pale blue eyes, but they were devoid of all life, all recognition. They were the dead, vacant eyes of a trout on a stringer. He was holding his favorite fishing rod, the old bamboo one his father had given him, the one that was supposed to have been lost at the bottom of the lake. My mind simply refused to accept what my eyes were seeing. This was a ghost, a hallucination, a product of grief and loneliness, and too many hours spent staring into the dark. It had to be, but it was so real. I could see the water, dripping from the hem of his jeans, forming a small puddle at his feet in the bottom of the boat. I could see the way the weeds swayed with the boat's gentle rocking. Then he spoke. "Frank," he said. The voice was a wet, gurgling whisper, a horrific parody of my friend's familiar gravelly tone. It sounded like water being squeezed from a sponge, like a man trying to speak from the bottom of a well. "They're biting tonight." I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. My entire being was frozen in a state of pure, undiluted horror. I just stared at him, at the impossible, waterlogged thing that wore my dead friend's face. He turned away from me then, his movements jerky and puppet-like. With a stiff, unnatural motion, he raised the bamboo rod and cast his line out into the dark water. The lure, a silver spoon that glinted in the lantern light, hit the surface with a soft plop. He began to reel it in slowly, methodically, his arm moving with a mechanical, inhuman rhythm. He didn't seem to be breathing. He just stood there, a drowned statue, reeling his line in from the black depths. A minute passed. An eternity. The only sound was the faint click, click, click of his ancient reel. "You should get your line in the water, Frank," he gurgled, without turning to look at me. His voice was a dead, flat thing. "Big ones down there, in the dark. They're hungry." He turned his head to face me again, and then he smiled. It was the most terrible thing I have ever seen. It was not a smile of warmth or friendship. It was a vacant, empty stretching of the lips, a rictus of dead flesh. As his mouth opened, a trickle of dark, silty water, black as crude water, ran from the corner of his mouth and down his chin. That broke the spell. The sight of that dead smile, and the filthy lake water spilling from his lips, shattered my paralysis. A wave of pure, animal terror washed over me, so powerful it almost made me black out. I scrambled backwards, falling over my own feet, my hands fumbling blindly for the cord on my outboard motor. I yanked it once, twice. It sputtered, coughed, and then roared to life. The sound of violent, welcome explosion in the suffocating silence. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I threw the throttle to full, and the boat leapt forward, its bow rising out of the water. I sped towards the distant, welcoming lights of the shore. my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I flew across the black water, the wind screaming in my ears. But it couldn't drown out the sound of that gurgling voice, or the image of that terrible, dead smile. I don't remember much about the ride back to the launch. It's a blur of raw, screaming panic. I know I never once eased up on the throttle. The little outboard motor on my boat, a reliable old Johnson, whined at a pitch I'd never heard before, protesting the strain, but I didn't care. I just needed the shore. I needed solid ground under my feet. I refused to look back, terrified that I would see that single, bobbing lantern keeping pace with me, gliding silently over my wake. The wind tore at my face, and the cold spray of the water felt like icy needles, but I barely noticed. Every shadow on the water was a threat, every ripple a sign of something rising from the depths. The familiar, comforting sounds of the lake at night, the call of a loon, the splash of a jumping fish, were gone, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the roar of the engine. The darkness that I had known my whole life, a darkness that had once felt like a peaceful blanket, now felt alive and malevolent, pressing in on me from all sides. When the bow of my boat finally scraped against the gravel of the boat launch, the sound was so jarring it felt like a physical blow. I stumbled out into the shallow water, not even bothering to cut the engine or tie up the boat. I scrambled up the ramp on my hands and knees, my legs shaking so violently I couldn't stand. I left everything behind, my rods, my tackle box, a cooler full of sandwiches and coffee. Hundreds of dollars of gear, abandoned without a second thought. All that mattered was getting away. I fumbled for my truck keys, my fingers feeling like clumsy, useless sausages. The beam of my truck's headlights, cutting through the darkness of the empty parking lot, was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and peeled out of there, leaving my boat to bob in the shallows with its engine still sputtering. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat in my kitchen with all the lights on, a bottle of whiskey I hadn't touched in years on the table in front of me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. I saw the pale, waterlogged skin, the dead, staring fish eyes, the slimy weeds clinging to his torn clothes. I saw that terrible, empty smile, and the trickle of black, silty water running from his mouth. I could hear his voice in my head, that wet, gurgling whisper, over and over again. "They're hungry, Frank. In the dark, they're hungry." The sound was more terrifying than any scream. It was the sound of the grave, the sound of the cold, silent bottom of the lake. The next morning, looking like a ghost myself, I went to the town sheriff. Bill Hanratty was a good man, a few years younger than me. We'd fished together a dozen times. I sat in his office, the smell of stale coffee and paperwork filling the air, and I told him everything. I told him about the light, the silent boat, the impossible sight of Charlie. I watched his face as I spoke, and I saw the concern there slowly curdle into pity. He listened patiently, nodding in all the right places, but his eyes told me everything I needed to know. He didn't believe me. Not a word of it. "Frank," he said, his voice gentle, the way you'd speak to a spooked child, "you've been through a lot. Losing Charlie, it hit this whole town hard, but it hit you the hardest. The mind can play tricks on you when you're grieving. It was a moonless night. It was probably just some kids playing a prank, and your mind filled in the rest. He suggested I talk to a doctor, maybe get something to help me sleep. I walked out of his office feeling more alone than I had out on that lake. I tried telling a few of the other old timers down at the marina. These were men I'd known for 40, 50 years. Men who had known Charlie just as long. They listened to my story, their faces grim. But then they started offering explanations. Just like the sheriff. Must have been a reflection off the water, one said. You know how the mist can play with the light? Another suggested, maybe some fella from out of state bought a boat that looked like Charlie's. A coincidence. They were trying to be kind, trying to anchor my story in the world of the sane and the logical. But all they did was push me further away. They looked at me differently after that. I was no longer just Frank Powell, the fisherman. I was Frank Powell, the old man who'd started seeing things. I knew then that I could never make them understand. They hadn't seen it. They hadn't smelled the rot and the decay. They hadn't heard that voice. I never went back to the lake after dark again. A week after it happened, I sold my boat and all my gear for a fraction of what it was worth. The thought of being out on that water again, especially at night, filled me with a cold, paralyzing dread. My connection to the place I had loved most in the world was broken, severed completely. The lake was no longer my sanctuary. It was a tomb. Years have passed. I'm an old man now, even older than I was then. I live in a small house a few towns over, far from the shore of Sebago Lake. But I still hear things. Fishermen are a superstitious and talkative bunch, and stories travel. They say there's a ghost on the lake now, a local legend. They talk about it in hushed tones at the bait shops and in the bars. They say that on the darkest, most moonless nights, you can sometimes see a single lantern out on the water, moving without a sound. A silent boat gliding across the black surface. A lone, gaunt figure standing in the bow, casting a line into the deep. Most people dismiss it as a spooky story, something to tell the tourists to give them a little thrill. But the ones who have been fishing that lake their whole lives, they know better. They treat the story with a quiet respect. They give the deep holes a wide berth after the sun goes down. They say that if you're out there on a calm night and you see that light, you should pull anchor and head for shore as fast as you can. They say if the figure in the boat calls out to you, you must not answer. You must not engage. Because, they whisper, he's not fishing for trout or for bass anymore. He's fishing for company. My name is Leo Armstrong. To say I'm a landscape photographer is an understatement. It's more accurate to say that I am a devotee of the desolate and the beautiful, a worshiper at the altar of light and shadow. I don't just take pictures. I pursue moments of transient perfection, the fleeting alchemy of a storm cloud, breaking over a mountain peak, the way a sunset bleeds across a desert sky, or the cold, silent glitter of the Milky Way in a place untouched by city lights. It's a solitary profession, one that often takes me to the forgotten corners of the world, far from the noise and clutter of human existence. I've always found more comfort in the vast, indifferent silence of nature than in the company of people. The wilderness doesn't judge, it simply is, and my purpose, as I see it, is to capture a fraction of that existence. My latest pilgrimage had brought me to the Great Sand Dunes National Park in Colorado. It's a surreal landscape, an ocean of sand landlocked in a valley of rugged, snow-capped mountains. The plan was to spend a week there, documenting the dunes under the stark, clarifying light of a full moon. It was a project I'd been dreaming of for years. A chance to capture the ethereal, almost alien beauty of the sand sculpted by moonlight, to create images that felt both timeless and otherworldly. For this particular trip, I had a new piece of equipment with me, a recent acquisition that felt more like a relic than a tool. I'd found it in a cramped, dusty antique shop in a small town, tucked away on a shelf behind a stack of faded postcards. It was a vintage large-format film camera, a beautiful, cumbersome thing made of dark cherry wood and gleaming brass. Its lens was a simple, elegant piece of polished glass, and its bellows, the folded, light-proof chamber, was crafted from worn, cracked leather that smelled of dust and time. It was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship from an era when photography was as much an art of patience as it was a vision. The shop owner, a wary old man with eyes that seemed to hold a century of stories, had noticed my fascination. "That's a special one," he'd rasped, wiping his hands on a grimy rag. "Belonged to a fellow named Elias Thorne. A photographer like you. Back in the 30s. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "They say he got lost chasing a picture. Went into the wilderness and never came back. Found his truck and his gear, but not him. Some folks reckon he finally managed to photograph something he shouldn't have, and it took him. At the time, I dismissed it as a fanciful sales pitch, a bit of local folklore to make a sale. But the story stuck with me, and the camera itself felt like it had a soul. It was heavy, both in weight and in history. Holding it felt like shaking hands with the past. I bought it along with a few boxes of old, expired film plates the owner threw in for free. I was intrigued by the challenge of using such a primitive device, of slowing down and embracing the deliberate, methodical process it demanded. The first night on the dunes was nothing short of magical. After parking my van, a customized camper that served as my home, transport, and mobile darkroom, I hiked for over an hour into the heart of the sand sea. The sun had set, and the world was painted in shades of deep indigo and violet. Then the moon began to rise, a perfect, luminous disk, and the landscape transformed. It was brighter than I could have imagined. The moonlight was so intense, it scarred the color from the world, leaving a monochrome panorama of brilliant white sand and deep, razor-sharp shadows. The silence was absolute, broken only by the whisper of the wind, skittering across the dune crests. I was utterly alone, a single, insignificant speck in an immense, silent cathedral of sand and stars. I found my spot, a massive, gracefully curving dune, its spine a perfect, sinuous line against the star-dusted sky. I carefully set up the old wooden camera on its heavy tripod, sinking its legs deep into the sand for stability. The process was a meditation. I opened the shutter, draped a black cloth over my head and the back of the camera, and peered at the upside down image projected onto the ground glass. I adjusted the focus with a delicate turn of a brass knob, composed the shot with meticulous care, and then slid a film plate into place. With a deep breath, I took the exposure, a long 10-minute capture to soak in every available photon of moonlight. I felt a profound sense of peace and connection, a feeling that I was capturing not just an image, but the very essence of the night. For comparison, I also took a few shots with my high-end digital camera, a habit born of practicality. The next day, the sun beat down on the van, turning it into a sweltering metal box. I waited until the afternoon heat subsided before retreating into the back to develop the film. I love this part of the process, In the dim ruby glow of the safe light, the world outside ceased to exist. There was only the gentle sloshing of chemicals and the anticipation of seeing an image emerge from nothingness. It was a kind of magic, a tangible connection to the moment I had captured. I slid the exposed plate into the developer tray, rocking it gently back and forth. Slowly, shapes began to ghost onto the slick surface. The brilliant white of the moonlit sand emerged first, followed by the deep, velvety black of the sky. The elegant curve of the dune I had framed so carefully solidified. It was beautiful. The grain of the old film adding a timeless texture that my digital camera could never replicate. But as the details sharpened, my satisfaction curdled into confusion and then into a cold, prickling dread. Something was wrong. Standing on the crest of the dune, exactly where I had focused my composition, was a figure. It was a silhouette, stark and black against the bright sand. A woman, it seemed, wearing a long, old-fashioned dress that reached her ankles. Her form was unnervingly clear. She wasn't moving, she was simply standing there, perfectly still, as if posing for the portrait. And though I couldn't see her face, I could feel it, an instinctual certainty that chilled me to the bone. She was looking directly at the camera. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. It was impossible. I had been alone. I would have seen her. I would have heard her. The dunes are an open expanse. There is nowhere to hide. My mind raced, searching for a rational explanation. A double exposure. A flaw in the old film plate. A chemical stain that just happened to look exactly like a person. With trembling hands, I placed the developed plate into the stop bath, and then the fixer, my eyes never leaving the tiny, dark figure. Once it was safe to expose to light, I snatched it up and held it close. It was no illusion. It was a woman. My breath hitched. I scrambled for my laptop, my movements clumsy and panicked. I powered it on and immediately pulled up the digital photos I had taken from the exact same spot, at the exact same time. I clicked through them. One by one, they were empty. There was nothing but the sweeping, majestic curve of the dune against the night sky. Just sand and moonlight and silence. Just the scene exactly as I remembered it. The woman was not there. She was only in the photograph from the old camera. A camera that had belonged to a man who disappeared while chasing a picture. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as the shopkeeper's words echoed in my mind. He finally managed to photograph something he shouldn't have. I was alone in the vast, silent desert with a picture of a ghost. Sleep did not come that night. It couldn't. The photograph lay on the small fold-out table in my van, a tiny monochrome portal to an impossible reality. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman's silhouette burned onto the back of my eyelids. The vast, profound silence of the dunes, which had felt like a comforting blanket the night before, now pressed in on me with a suffocating weight. It felt watchful. I turned on all the battery, power lights in the van, creating a small, defiant bubble of illumination against the immense darkness outside. But it did little to dispel the chill that had taken root deep in my bones. My mind, a machine built on logic and the predictable physics of light and chemistry, was frantically trying to grind its way to a rational explanation. I got up and paced the cramped confines of the van, running through the possibilities again and again. A light leak in the old bellows. No, that would create a flare or a washed. Aus not a perfectly formed human figure. A flaw in the glass plate itself, an imperfection in the emulsion, I'd inspected the unused plates. They were pristine, milky voids. A double exposure. Impossible. The process with this camera was too deliberate. Each shot was a singular, methodical act. There was no room for such an error. I picked up the camera itself. In the warm electric light, it was just an object. Beautifully crafted, yes, but ultimately just wood, brass, and glass. I ran my fingers over the dovetail joints, the cool metal of the lens housing. It offered no answers. It felt inert, a silent witness. The story from the shopkeeper, which I had so easily dismissed as a charming piece of salesmanship, now played in my head on a continuous, horrifying loop. He finally managed to photograph something he shouldn't have, and it took him. Was this camera a key? A conduit to whatever he had found? Was I now looking through the same cursed lens? When the first hints of dawn finally broke, painting the eastern sky in pale shades of rose and gray, I felt a wave of exhaustion so profound it was nauseating. The sane, logical part of my brain, the part that had kept me safe on solo trips in grisly country and through treacherous mountain passes, was screaming at me. Pack, drive, leave, do not look back. It was the only sensible course of action. I could be on the highway in an hour, back in civilization by noon. And this whole nightmarish episode could be chalked up to exhaustion, isolation, and a trick of the light. But another part of me, the photographer, was paralyzed with a terrible, magnetic fascination. I've spent my entire life chasing fleeting, elusive moments. I have pursued images that others would never see, enduring hardship and loneliness for the chance to capture something unique, something true. And now I had done it. I had captured the impossible. The photograph on my table was, without a doubt, the most extraordinary, terrifying, and compelling image I had ever created. To run from it felt like a betrayal of my own purpose. Who was she? Why could only this camera see her? The questions were hooks that had sunk deep into my psyche. The fear was a roaring fire, but my curiosity was a moth, and it was determined to fly into the flames. I spent the day in a state of suspended animation, a ghost in my own life. I tried to eat, but the food tasted like ash. I attempted to read, but the words on the page were a meaningless jumble. My gaze kept returning to the photograph. I scanned it with a magnifying loupe, desperate for more detail, but the grainy emulsion held its secrets close. The figure remained a stark, featureless silhouette. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the sand, I made my choice. I wasn't running. I was going back out. This time, I chose a different spot, a wide, shallow basin several miles from my previous location. It felt more exposed, more vulnerable. The hike out was an exercise in controlled terror. Every gust of wind whistling over the dunes sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a lurking shape in my peripheral vision. The familiar weight of the camera and tripod on my back was not comforting. It felt like I was carrying a coffin. I set up the camera as the last light of dusk faded and the moon, a day past its peak but still overwhelmingly bright, began to assert its dominance over the landscape. My hands shook as I attached the lens and focused the image on the ground glass. The world rendered in that ethereal, upside-down view was the same as the night before. A landscape of stark and silent beauty, but I couldn't appreciate it. I felt like a trespasser, an intruder in a place governed by unseen rules. I felt watched. The feeling was so intense, so palpable, that I kept spinning around, my heart leaping into my throat, convinced I would see someone standing right behind me. But there was only the empty, undulating sand, stretching out in every direction under the cold, white gaze of the moon. I slid a fresh film plate into the camera, took a deep, shuddering breath, and removed the lens cap. The 10-minute exposure began. It was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I didn't retreat from the camera this time. I stood beside it, a sentry guarding a haunted machine, my eyes scanning the darkness. I was half convinced she would simply appear, stepping out from behind a dune. But nothing moved. The world was as still and silent as a tomb. When the time was up, I replaced the lens cap with a snap that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. I didn't bother taking a digital comparison shot. I knew what it would show. I packed the gear with frantic, clumsy movements, and all but ran back to the van, the tripod legs banging against my shoulder, back in the sanctuary of my mobile darkroom. The red safe light seemed to throb with a malevolent pulse. My hands were slick with sweat. I fumbled with the film plate, nearly dropping it twice. The chemical baths, normally a source of calm anticipation, now looked like cauldrons filled with some arcane potion. I slid the plate into the developer, my breath held tight in my chest, and began to rock the tray. The image appeared just as before. The pale, ghostly shapes of the dunes hardening into reality. My eyes were locked on the center of the frame. For a few seconds, there was nothing. A wild, desperate hope surged through me. Maybe it was a one-time fluke. Maybe I was crazy, and then she appeared. A strangled cry escaped my lips. She was there again. But it was so much worse this time. She was no longer a distant, static silhouette. The photograph had captured her at the base of a dune, much closer to my position. Her form was clearer, less of a shadow and more of a presence. And she wasn't standing still. One foot was forward, her body angled as if she were in the middle of taking a step, walking slowly, deliberately, out of the shadows and toward the spot where I had been standing. I could see details now that made my blood run cold. I could discern the cut of her old-fashioned dress, the way her long hair was loosely tied back, and her face, though still hazy and indistinct, was turned toward the lens. It was pale, and I could just make out the dark hollows of her eyes. Her expression, even through the ghostly grain of the film, was one of unmistakable and profound sorrow, a deep, ancient sadness that seemed to radiate from the image itself. I stumbled back, knocking over a bottle of stop bath that crashed to the floor. The terror was a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest. But as I stared at her face, a new emotion began to flicker within the inferno of my fear, a strange, unnerving flicker of empathy. This wasn't a monster. This was a tragedy. This was a soul trapped in a loop of sorrow. The photographer in me, the obsessive artist, took over. I was terrified, yes, but I was also captivated. I had to get a clearer picture. I had to understand what she wanted. The fear was no longer a reason to run. It was a challenge. A new, terrifying thought began to form in my mind, a plan so reckless and insane that it felt like a premonition. I wasn't just going to take her picture again. I was going to try and communicate. The decision, once made, settled in my stomach like a block of ice. It wasn't a choice born of courage, but of a compulsion I couldn't articulate or control. The artist in me had overthrown the survivalist. The need to see, to know, to capture the perfect, impossible image had become more potent than the instinct to flee. I was no longer just a photographer. I was a parapsychologist with a lens. a ghost hunter with a dark cloth and a wooden box. The third night would be different. I wouldn't be a passive observer. I would be a participant. I didn't sleep. Instead, I spent the hours before moonrise preparing, my actions driven by a strange, fatalistic calm. I cleaned the camera, polished the brass lens until it gleamed, and carefully selected what I knew would be the last unused glass plate from the antique box. Every action was deliberate, imbued with the weight of ritual. I was preparing for a séance. This time, I didn't hike deep into the dunes. The thought of being miles from the relative safety of my van was unbearable. I chose a spot only 100 yards away, a small, flat expanse of sand nestled between two low, slung dunes. It felt intimate, like a stage. The moon climbed the sky, bathing the scene in its cold, clinical light. The wind had died down completely, and the silence was so absolute it felt like a pressure against my eardrums. I set up the tripod, my movements slow and precise. I mounted the camera, pointing it not at some grand, sweeping vista, but at the empty patch of sand directly in front of me, about 15 feet away. I was composing a portrait of an invisible subject. I draped the dark cloth over my head and focused the lens on the vacant space, the grains of sand sharp and clear on the ground glass. It was the most absurd, most terrifying composition of my life. With everything in place, I slid the final film plate into its housing. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, each beat a countdown. I took a step back from the camera, standing beside it, facing the empty space it was aimed at. I took off the lens cap, the soft click echoing in the profound stillness. The exposure had begun. I cleared my throat, the sound raw and alien in the silence. My voice, when it came, was a reedy, trembling thing, a pale imitation of my own. "Who are you?" I asked the darkness. The words felt foolish, inadequate, swallowed immediately by the vast emptiness. "What do you want?" I stood there for the full 10 minutes, my body rigid, my senses stretched to their breaking point. I listened for a reply, for a whisper on the non-existent wind, a footstep in the sand. I watched the empty space, expecting her to shimmer into existence before my very eyes. But there was nothing, only the cold, indifferent light of the moon on the sand. The silence remained unbroken. The space remained empty. When the 10 minutes had crawled by, I replaced the lens cap, my hand shaking so violently I could barely fit it over the brass ring. I didn't pack up. I grabbed the film plate holder from the back of the camera and sprinted back to the van, leaving the antique camera and tripod standing alone on the sand like a lonely, skeletal sentinel. Inside, the red glow of the safe light felt less like the sanctuary and more like the fires of hell. My hands were slick, uncooperative. I nearly dropped the plate as I fumbled it out of its holder. I slid it into the developer tray, the chemical solution feeling icy against my skin. My breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I rocked the tray, my eyes glued to the milky surface, waiting. The image began to form, emerging from the chemical fog. Not a landscape, not a distant figure. It was a face. A gasp tore from my throat, a raw, animal sound of pure terror. It was a close-up. Her face filled the entire frame, as if she had been standing inches from the lens. She was beautiful, in a haunting, classical way, with high cheekbones and a strong jaw. But her eyes were pits of ancient, bottomless sorrow. They were fixed on me, a look of profound, pleading despair that transcended the monochrome image and pierced right through me. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she had been captured mid-sentence. in the very act of speaking the answer to my question. And then I saw it. Below her face, etched into the very emotion of photograph, were faint, ghostly letters. They looked as though they had been scratched into the surface of the film with a pin. I held the plate closer, my hands trembling uncontrollably, and squinted in the dim red light to read the spidery script. HELPME, I dropped the photograph. It clattered into the developing tray, splashing chemicals onto the floor. That was it, the final straw. The artist was gone, the curiosity extinguished, replaced by a primal, all-consuming need to survive. I had to get out, now. I lunged for the front of the van, throwing my gear with reckless abandon into the passenger seat. My darkroom equipment, my cameras, my supplies. None of it mattered. I shoved the keys into the ignition, my mind a screaming chaos of pure panic. That's when I heard it. A sound from outside. It was faint at first, almost lost beneath the frantic thumping of my own heart. A soft, mournful sound. A woman sobbing. My blood turned to ice. Slowly, as if moving through water, I forced myself to look out the driver's side window. And I saw her. She was standing there, not 20 feet away, caught perfectly in the beam of my van's headlights, which I had left on in my haste. She was no longer a ghost on film, a chemical anomaly. She was real, or as real as a ghost could be. Her form was translucent, shimmering and indistinct at the edges, the dunes visible through her long, old-fashioned dress. It was her, the woman from the photograph. Her face, pale and luminous in the harsh light, was a mask of grief, tears tracing shimmering paths down her cheeks. She raised a hand, her fingers long and ethereal, and beckoned to me, a silent, desperate invitation into the darkness. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a knot of pure terror. My body acted on its own. I slammed the van into reverse, the engine roaring to life. The tires spun in the soft sand, kicking up a plume of dust before they found purchase. I wrenched the wheel, the van lurching backward and away from her. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I couldn't. I floored the accelerator and sped away into the night, leaving the vintage camera, the tripod, and the final terrible photograph sitting alone on the sand. I drove all night, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes burning from staring into the endless ribbon of asphalt. I didn't stop until the sun was high in the sky and the dunes were hundreds of miles behind me. I never went back. I sold the van and most of my gear. I tried to forget, but I can't. Because in my panicked flight, in that final, frantic clearing of my table, I had accidentally thrown one of the photographs into my bag. The last one. The close-up. I still have it. I keep it locked in a box, but sometimes, in the dead of night when the fear feels distant, I take it out. I don't know why. A morbid need to remember, perhaps. Her face is still there, her beautiful, tragic eyes still pleading. But the message has changed. The faint, ghostly letters are no longer scratched and haphazard. They are clearer now, sharper, as if they have resolved themselves into a final, undeniable part of the image itself. It doesn't help him anymore. It says, "YOU left team ME." My name is Marcus Thorne. For the past 7 years without fail, the last weekend of August has been reserved for what we've come to call the annual pilgrimage. It's a tradition forged in the fires of late adolescence and carried into our early 20s with a fierce, almost religious devotion. The destination is always the same, a secluded clearing deep within the sprawling Blackwood State Forest. a place so removed from civilization that the night sky becomes a tapestry of impossible, glittering light. And every year, on the first night, we play a game of manhunt. It's the heart of the tradition, a ritual as ingrained as the campfire stories and cheap beer. The game is simple, a primal version of hide and seek played out under the cloak of darkness. One person is designated the hunter, the rest of us are the runners. The hunter is armed with a single, powerful flashlight, a beacon of authority in the oppressive dark. The runners are given nothing but their wits and the shadows of the ancient woods. The objective is to navigate the treacherous terrain, evade the hunter's sweeping beam of light, and make it back to the relative safety of the campfire. It's a test of nerve, a dance with the adrenaline that only comes from being pursued in the pitch-black wilderness. This year, our fellowship numbered 6. There was me, the reluctant leader and self-appointed keeper of traditions. Then there was Sarah, whose infectious laughter could usually cut through any tension, though her bravery was often inversely proportional to the ambient light level. She was a city girl through and through, viewing the woods as a beautiful but vaguely hostile entity. David, or Dave as we all called him, was the group's gentle giant. He was fiercely loyal and built like a linebacker, but possessed a coordination that could best be described as catastrophic. If there was a root to trip over or a branch to walk into, Dave would find it with unerring accuracy. His presence was a comforting, if clumsy, constant. Liam was the quiet one, the observer. He spoke less than the rest of us combined, but when he did, it was with a thoughtful precision that made everyone listen. He was a pragmatist, the one who always remembered to pack the first aid kit and check the weather forecast. He approached manhunt with the same quiet intensity he applied to everything else, making him a surprisingly difficult target to catch. Finally, there were Chloe and Ben. They were the undisputed champions of the game. Chloe was agile and light on her feet, a former track star who moved through the undergrowth with a grace that bordered on supernatural. Ben, on the other hand, was a strategist. He understood the woods, the patterns of the shadows, the way sound traveled on the night air. He didn't just hide. He used the environment as a weapon, a tool of misdirection. They were a formidable pair, their friendly rivalry pushing the game to a new level of intensity each year. It was my turn to be the hunter, a role I secretly savored. There's a unique power in being the one with the light, the one who controls the fear. As the others prepared to scatter, I stood by the crackling fire, the heavy, cylindrical bulk of the maglite feeling cool and solid in my hand. All right, you know the rules, I announced, my voice carrying in the still night air. No leaving the designated area. The creek is the north boundary. The old logging trail is the south. Get back to the fire without my light hitting you. You've got a 5-minute head start. Go. They vanished. One moment they were familiar faces, illuminated by the flickering firelight. The next, they were just rustling leaves and snapping twigs, swallowed whole by the immense darkness that pressed in on our small circle of light. The woods at night are a different world. The familiar trees become looming skeletal figures, and the silence is a living thing, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the whisper of the wind through the pines. I clicked my watch and waited, letting the 5 minutes crawl by. I listened to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish the retreat of my friends from the natural nocturnal symphony. The fire popped and hissed, casting dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. It was a perfect night for the game. The moon was a mere sliver, obscured by a thick blanket of clouds that promised a profound, disorienting blackness beyond the reach of my flashlight. When the time was up, I took a deep breath, clicked on the mag light, and a brilliant, focused beam of white light cut a path into the waiting darkness. The hunt had begun. I started my patrol, moving in a slow, deliberate sweep of the area closest to the camp. The key was to be patient, to listen. Most people, when they're hiding, can't stand the silence. They fidget. They shift their weight. They give themselves away. I found Sarah first, just as I expected. She had chosen a hiding spot with all the strategic acumen of a startled squirrel, crouching behind a pine tree, so thin it barely concealed her shoulders. I could see the faint outline of her jacket, even before I brought the light around. I let the beam pass over her once, just for dramatic effect, before swinging it back and pinning her in the glare. "Caught you," I said, the words sounding unnaturally loud. She let out a theatrical yelp, shielding her eyes. "Marcus!" "You jerk, you scared me to death." She grumbled good-naturedly as she got up, brushing pine needles from her jeans, and began the walk of shame back to the campfire. One down. Next was Dave. I didn't find him so much as I heard him. A loud curse, followed by a crashing sound that could only have been made by a human body colliding with a significant amount of foliage. I followed the noise and found him hopelessly tangled in a thicket of thorny bushes, one foot caught on a gnarled root. He looked up at me, a sheepish grin on his face as the light found him. "A little help?" he asked, trying and failing to extricate his leg. I laughed, helping him untangle himself from the bush's clutches. "You've got to be more careful, man. You're going to break an ankle one of these years." Yeah, he grumbled, limping slightly as he headed back to the fire. 2 down, 3 to go. It was then, as I watched Dave's retreating form disappear, that the feeling of the woods began to change. The familiar, playful atmosphere started to curdle, replaced by something colder, something watchful. I heard a twig snap sharply to my left. It was a distinct, deliberate sound, not the scuttling of a raccoon or the gentle tread of a deer. It was the sound of a footstep. Instinctively, I swung the heavy flashlight in that direction, the powerful beam slicing through the darkness and illuminating a dense grove of ferns. I expected to catch Liam, or maybe Ben, to see the brief, startled white of their eyes before they bolted. But there was nothing there. Just the ferns, swaying gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. "Nice try," I called out into the blackness, my voice a little too loud, a little too forced. "But you'll have to be quicker than that." Silence was my only reply. I stood still for a long moment, listening. The crickets seemed to have gone quiet. The only sound was the faint, distant crackle of the campfire and the blood pounding in my ears. Then I heard it. A whisper, so faint it was almost a trick of the wind. A sibilant breath just at the very edge of my hearing. It was impossible to make out the words, but it sounded chillingly like my name. "Marcus," I shook my head, a cold shiver tracing a path down my spine. It was just my friends. It had to be. They were working together, trying to psych me out. It was a classic manhunt tactic. Annoyed at my own jumpiness, I pushed the feeling down and continued my search, moving with a renewed sense of purpose. I found Liam's hiding spot by pure chance. I was scanning the base of a large, fallen oak tree when my light passed over a dark opening I'd never noticed before. a hollow log, almost completely obscured by moss and shadow. On a hunch, I focused the beam inside. Two eyes reflected it back at me. "Gotcha," I said, a triumphant grin spreading across my face. He didn't answer. He just scrambled out of the log with a frantic energy that was completely unlike him. He didn't even look at me. His face, caught for a second in the flashlight's halo, was shockingly pale. His eyes wide with something that looked less like the disappointment of being caught and more like genuine terror. Without a single word, he turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush in a blind panic back towards the camp. I watched him go, my grin fading, the cold knot of fear in my stomach returning, tighter this time. What had he seen in the dark? Liam's panicked flight had shattered the last remnants of the game's playful atmosphere. The woods no longer felt like a familiar playground. They felt alien, predatory. The silence he left in his wake was heavier, charged with a tension that pricked at my skin. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, unnerving quiet. What had he seen? What had sent the calmest, most level-headed member of our group running like his life depended on it? Now it was just me, Chloe, and Ben left in the vast, oppressive darkness, the masters of the game. But the thought of finding them no longer brought a thrill of competition, a primal, urgent need to gather my friends and get back to the safety of the fire had taken its place. The game was over, whether they knew it or not. I pushed deeper into the woods, my movements now hurried and clumsy. My flashlight beam, which had once been a tool of methodical searching, was now a frantic, desperate slash of light, cutting jagged patterns through the trees. I swept it back and forth, left and right, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chloe's red jacket or the familiar silhouette of Ben. The shadows danced and writhed at the edge of the light, twisting into monstrous shapes that dissolved as I focused on them. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch in the wind, sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. "Chloe, Ben," I called out, my voice sounding thin and strained. "Game's over!" Time to head back. The only answer was the echo of my own voice, swallowed by the immense, indifferent wilderness. A profound sense of isolation washed over me. The campfire, which couldn't have been more than a few hundred yards away, felt like it was on another planet. I was alone out here, with two missing friends and a growing certainty that something was terribly wrong. I tried to retrace my steps, to follow the path Liam had taken, but in my haste, I had become disoriented. The trees all looked the same, skeletal and menacing in the stark beam of my flashlight. I was navigating by instinct, pushing through thick underbrush that clawed at my clothes, my breath coming in ragged gasps. That's when I saw it. In a small, damp patch of earth near a trickling stream, my light fell upon a footprint. My first reaction was relief, a surge of hope that I was on their trail. But as I leaned in for a closer look, the relief curdled into ice, cold dread. The print was clear and deep in the soft mud. It was unmistakably human, and it was barefoot. I stared at it, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were seeing. The print was slender, with long, defined toes pressed deep into the mud. It was fresh. None of us, not even Dave on his clumsiest day, would be foolish enough to run around these woods barefoot. The ground was a minefield of sharp rocks, thorny vines, and broken branches. A cold knot of pure terror formed in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a prank. We weren't alone out here. The whisper I'd heard earlier, the snapping twig, Liam's terrified face. It all coalesced into a single, horrifying realization. The feeling of being watched wasn't just paranoia. There was someone else in these woods with us.
Okay, guys, this isn't funny anymore.
I yelled, my voice cracking with a fear I could no longer conceal. Game over. I mean it. Let's head back to the fire. Right now, the silence that answered me was absolute. It was a dead silence. A void where the chirping of crickets and the rustling of small animals should have been. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. I was about to turn and make a blind run for the camp when a sound tore through the night, ripping the silence to shreds. It was a scream. It was high, pitched, filled with a raw, undiluted terror that went straight to my bones. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was Chloe. The sound was cut off abruptly, as if a hand had been clamped over her mouth, but the echo of it seemed to hang in the air, a ghostly testament to her fear. It had come from the north, from the direction of the creek, near the old, abandoned ranger cabin that we always used as a landmark. Adrenaline obliterated my fear. I didn't think, I just ran. I crashed through the woods, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, illuminating a chaotic, lurching world of tangled branches and looming tree trunks. I shouted their names, my voice raw and hoarse. Chloe. The cabin was a place we actively avoided. It was a relic from a time when park rangers still patrolled these woods on foot. Now it was a dilapidated, rotting structure, its roof sagging and its windows long since shattered. Local legend claimed it was haunted, a story we'd always laughed off as we told ghost stories around the fire. It didn't seem so funny now. I burst through a final line of trees and stumbled into the clearing where the cabin stood. It looked even more menacing up close, a dark, skeletal shape against the black sky. The front door was hanging open on a single, rusted hinge, a gaping maw leading into the darkness within.
Chloe!
I screamed, my light sweeping across the front of the decrepit building. Ben, are you in there? I reached the doorway, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I shone my light inside, the beam cutting through decades of dust and decay. The interior was a wreck. A single room, furnished with a rotten wooden table and a couple of overturned chairs. Cobwebs hung from the rafters like funeral shrouds. My light found Ben first. He was huddled in the far corner of the room, his back pressed against the damp, mildewed wall. His face was a mask of pure, abject terror, as white as bone. His eyes were wide and unseeing, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He was pointing a trembling finger towards the other side of the room. My hand, slick with sweat, tightened on the mag light. I forced myself to move the beam, to follow the direction of his shaking finger, dreading what I would find. And then I saw her. Chloe was there, backed against the opposite wall, her hands held up in a futile defensive gesture. She was alive. But her face was streaked with tears, her eyes locked on something in front of her. Standing between her and the center of the room was another person. He was tall, unnaturally so, and rail-thin, his frame draped in dark, ragged clothes that seemed to absorb the light. For a split second, I thought it was a stranger, a hiker who had stumbled upon our game. But that thought evaporated as he turned, slowly, deliberately, to face me. My flashlight beam hit his face, and my world stopped. My breath hitched in my throat, and a strangled noise escaped my lips. He wasn't wearing a mask. Where his face should have been, there was nothing. Just a smooth, pale, unbroken expanse of skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no features at all. It was a perfect, horrifying blank. I was frozen. My feet rooted to the floor, my mind screaming in denial at the impossible thing I was seeing. It was a waking nightmare, a monster torn from the pages of a madman's sketchbook. This was what Liam had seen. This was what had made Chloe scream. The faceless man took a slow, deliberate step towards me. Its head tilted slightly, as if it were listening to the frantic, terrified hammering of my heart. It paid no attention to Chloe, who was sobbing uncontrollably against the wall. Its focus, its entire unnerving presence, was fixed solely on me, the one with the light. The moment stretched into an eternity. The three of us, me, Ben, and Chloe, were trapped in a tableau of pure horror, pinned in place by the impossible creature that stood in the center of the room. My flashlight beam remained fixed on its blank face, the smooth, featureless skin seeming to drink in the light, reflecting nothing. My mind, which had been racing with adrenaline and fear, was now eerily blank, unable to process, unable to command my limbs to move. All I could do was stare at the abomination before me. It was Ben who broke the spell. A choked, guttural sob escaped his throat, a sound of a mind pushed past its breaking point. With a final, desperate scream that was more animal than human, he bolted. He scrambled to his feet and flung himself towards the open doorway, crashing into the rotten frame as he fled into the all-consuming darkness of the woods. He didn't look back. I expected the creature to turn, to pursue him, to react in some way to the sudden noise and movement. It didn't even flinch. Its blank head remained tilted, fixed on me. It was as if Ben, in his terror, had ceased to exist for it. Its attention was absolute, its focus unwavering. It was interested in me, the one holding the light, the one who had been the hunter. Then, with a horrifyingly fluid motion, it moved. It took a long, silent step, not towards me, but towards Chloe. She let out a weak, pleading cry. Pressing herself so hard against the wall, it seemed she was trying to merge with the wood. The creature reached out a long, slender arm, its fingers unnaturally long and thin, like the branches of a dead tree. It didn't grab her violently. It simply placed its hand on her shoulder. Chloe went rigid. Her sobbing stopped. Her eyes, wide with a terror I couldn't begin to comprehend, were locked on the creature's blank face. A single tear traced a path through the dirt on her cheek. The creature's other hand came up and gently, almost tenderly, covered her mouth. And then it began to pull her away from the wall. She didn't fight. She couldn't. It was as if its touch had paralyzed her, stolen her will. She moved like a sleepwalker, her feet shuffling listlessly across the dusty floorboards. The creature began to drag her towards the door, its movements slow and deliberate, its blank face still turned towards me, watching me, daring me to intervene. That was what finally broke my own paralysis. The sight of Chloe being led away, like a lamb to the slaughter, sent a surge of desperate, useless courage through me. I raised the heavy maglite, my knuckles white.
Get away from her!
I yelled, my voice a pathetic, trembling croak. The creature paused for a single, chilling moment. It tilted its head again, a gesture of curiosity, of amusement. It was listening to my fear. It knew I was powerless. And then it turned and continued out the door, pulling Chloe with it into the night. The beam of my flashlight followed them for a step, illuminating Chloe's terrified, tear-streaked face for one last, heartbreaking moment before they were swallowed by the darkness. I was alone in the cabin, The silence that descended was more terrifying than the screams. It was a silence filled with the certainty of what had just happened. A silence that confirmed I was now completely, utterly alone with that thing in the woods. My mind finally kicked into gear, screaming a single, coherent thought hide. My eyes darted around the dilapidated room. There was nowhere to go. The windows were shattered holes. The door was a gaping maw. Then I looked up. In the far corner of the cabin, a crude wooden ladder was nailed to the wall, leading up to a small, dark loft space. It was my only chance. My legs felt like lead, but I forced them to move. I stumbled across the room, my flashlight beam dancing frantically. I half expected the faceless thing to reappear in the doorway at any moment. Every shadow seemed to hold its form. Every gust of wind sounded like its footstep. I reached the ladder and scrambled up, not daring to look back. The rungs were slick with mildew and felt like they would break under my weight, but they held. I pulled myself into the loft, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. It was a small, cramped space, filled with old, rotting crates and discarded equipment. I crawled on my hands and knees to the edge of the loft, positioning myself behind a stack of boxes so I could peer down through a gap in the floorboards into the room below. My heart was a wild animal trapped in my chest. I switched off my flashlight, plunging myself into near total darkness. The faint, ambient light from the clouded sky was just enough to make out the dark square of the doorway below. I waited, listening, every nerve ending screaming. For a long time, there was nothing. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my blood. I began to wonder if it had gone, if it had taken Chloe and simply left. A sliver of insane hope began to dawn. Then I heard it. A soft, scraping sound from outside. The sound of something dragging along the cabin's exterior wall. It was slow, methodical, deliberate. It was circling the cabin. I held my breath, my body rigid with terror. The sound moved along the side of the cabin, then the back, then the other side. It was inspecting its trap. It knew I was in here. It was taking its time, savoring the hunt. Through the gap in the floorboards, I saw a shadow fall across the doorway. It was long and thin, a stark, black shape against the slightly less black night. The creature stood there for a long moment, its blank face pointed into the cabin. It was listening. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it couldn't hear the frantic beating of my heart. It took a step inside, its movements unnervingly silent on the dusty floor. It stood in the center of the room, directly below my hiding spot, and slowly, it tilted its head back, its blank face aimed directly at the loft. It knew. I am hiding in the loft of this godforsaken cabin. Chloe is gone. The faceless thing took her, just dragged her out into the woods to an unimaginable fate. I can hear it, still just outside. It's not circling anymore. It's waiting. It's not just looking for me. It's hunting. And I think it's my turn to be the runner. But this isn't a game anymore. The sun is hours away, and I don't think I'm going to make it back to the fire. My name is Grace O'Connor, and I am writing this because I need someone to know the truth. Not the sanitized, logical truth that the authorities settled on, but the chilling, unbelievable reality of what happened to my husband, Michael. It's a truth rooted in stories I once dismissed as childhood fears, whispers from a world I never thought existed. To understand what happened at the lake, you must first understand the stories my grandmother told me. Stories about a silent observer who comes for the hopeless. You have to understand Walking Sam. My grandmother was a Lakota woman, raised on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. She was a woman of quiet strength, her face a beautiful map of wrinkles that deepened when she smiled and held a universe of stories in their lines. During the hot, sticky summer nights of my childhood visits, when thunderstorms rolled across the plains and the wind howled like a mourning animal, she would tell me the old tales. These weren't the comforting fables other children heard. They were warnings, meant to instill a healthy fear of the world, beyond what our eyes could see. Her most terrifying story was about him. "He is not a spirit of violence, Gracie," she would say, her voice low and raspy, barely a whisper above the storm. "He does not carry a knife or a weapon. His power is far more insidious. He is a collector of sad souls." She called him Walking Sam. He was an entity, an omen drawn to profound despair. She described him as a tall, impossibly thin figure, as if his form were stretched and pulled by some unseen force. He wore a dark suit, the kind an old-fashioned undertaker might wear, but it seemed to be woven from shadows themselves. He had no face, she'd insist, her dark eyes locking onto mine. Where a face should be, there was only a smooth, pale, and terrifying blankness. He wouldn't chase you. He wouldn't speak. He would simply appear at the edge of your vision, a silent sentinel in the periphery. He came only to those who had lost all hope, those whose hearts were so heavy with sorrow that they were ready to let go of the world. He would stand and watch, patient and still, his presence a constant, oppressive weight. He would follow them, a shadow they couldn't shake, until the despair he fed upon finally consumed them. He was there to witness the end, to ensure the soul was truly ready for collection. He was, my grandmother believed, a harbinger of self-destruction. As a child, the story terrified me. I'd have nightmares of a faceless man standing in the corner of my room. But as I grew older, logic and reason scrubbed the fear away. It became just another spooky story, a piece of folklore designed to keep children from wandering off or giving in to melancholy. I loved my grandmother, but I filed Walking Sam away with the boogeymen and other monsters of the dark. I never believed. I should have. I met Michael in college. He was the opposite of despair. He was life itself, a whirlwind of bright energy, infectious laughter, and boundless optimism. He saw the good in everything and everyone. When we got married, I felt like the luckiest person on earth. We built a life together, filled with love, adventure, and the simple, everyday joys that constitute true happiness. For 15 years, my world was a fortress of light, and the shadows of my grandmother's tales couldn't find a single crack to seep through. Then the diagnosis came: pancreatic cancer. The words from the oncologist were cold, clinical, and absolute. They hung in the sterile air of the examination room like a death sentence. 6 months, they said. Maybe less. Michael, my fighter, my eternal optimist, promised me he would beat it. And he tried. Lord, how he tried. He endured the brutal onslaught of chemotherapy, the endless nausea, the crushing fatigue, and the relentless pain. I watched, helpless, as the disease and its cure waged a war that ravaged his body. The vibrant man I loved began to disappear, replaced by a frail, skeletal stranger. The weight fell off him. His hair came out in clumps, and the light in his brilliant blue eyes dimmed until it was just a flicker. The worst part wasn't the physical deterioration. It was the slow, agonizing death of his hope. Each failed treatment, each grim-faced doctor, each day of pain chipped away at his spirit. The laughter stopped. The optimism curdled into a bitter, silent resignation. He was hollowed out by the inside, and the despair my grandmother had spoken of began to fill the void. It was a palpable thing, a cold presence that settled over our home. Our fortress of light had been breached. It was my idea to take one last camping trip. We had a favorite spot, a secluded cove, by a serene lake nestled deep in the Black Hills, not far from where my grandmother had grown up. We had so many happy memories there. I thought, perhaps foolishly, that if I could just get him back there, surrounded by the beauty of the natural world he loved, so much I might be able to rekindle that last flicker of his spirit. I wanted one more good memory, one final image of him smiling to hold on to. He agreed, but his compliance was listless. There was no excitement, no anticipation. Packing the gear, once a joyful ritual, felt like preparing for a funeral. The drive was mostly silent, the beautiful, rugged landscape passing by unnoticed by the man in the passenger seat, who just stared blankly out the window. When we arrived, the place was as beautiful as ever. The late summer sun filtered through the tall pines, dappling the forest floor in gold. The lake was a sheet of glass, reflecting the deep blue sky. But the beauty felt mocking. Michael barely seemed to register it. He moved slowly, mechanically, as I set up the tent and arranged our campsite. He spent the rest of the day in a camp chair, facing the water, a statue carved from grief. The first night was cold and unnervingly quiet. I lay awake for hours, listening to Michael's shallow, ragged breathing, my own heart aching with a grief so profound it felt like a physical weight on my chest. Sometime after midnight, I woke with a full bladder. Unzipping the tent as quietly as I could, I stepped out into the frigid night air. The moon was nearly full, casting a silvery, ethereal glow over the landscape. And then I froze. At the edge of the lake, about 50 yards from our tent, a figure was standing. It was a man, tall and thin, perfectly silhouetted against the shimmering water. He was wearing what looked like a dark, formal suit, which seemed utterly bizarre for the middle of the woods. He was standing perfectly still, his posture rigid, and he was looking directly at our tent. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature snaked its way down my spine. The woods, which had felt peaceful moments before, now seemed menacing, the shadows between the trees full of watchful eyes. "Hello," I called out. My voice was thin, wavering in the vast silence. It sounded small and pathetic. "Can I help you?" There was no response. Not a twitch. Not a shift in weight. Not a single sign that he had heard me. He just stood there, staring. A wave of pure, primal fear washed over me, cold and sickening. This wasn't a lost hiker. This was something else. Something wrong. I didn't dare call out again. I scrambled back inside the tent, my fingers fumbling with the zipper, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Michael," I whispered, shaking his shoulder with a trembling hand. "Michael, wake up. There's someone outside. There's a man by the lake." He just groaned. A pained sound deep in his throat, and rolled onto his other side, facing away from me. He was lost in a fog of medication and misery. I was completely, utterly alone. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, rigid with fear, straining my ears for any sound. A footstep, a snapping twig, anything. But there was only silence. A heavy, waiting silence. I didn't dare look outside again. I just lay in the dark, wide awake until the first gray light of dawn, thinking of my grandmother's stories. thinking of a tall, shadowy man who comes to watch. Sleep did not come again that night. I lay on my sleeping bag, a prisoner of the thin nylon walls of the tent, every nerve ending alight with adrenaline. The absolute silence of the forest pressed in, no longer peaceful but predatory. I imagined the tall man still standing by the water's edge, a motionless statue of ill intent. Was he watching the tent? Was he waiting for me to come out again? The questions circled in my mind, each one more terrifying than the last. I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear the slightest sound over the frantic thumping of my own heart. I thought of my grandmother's stories, the words echoing in the dark confines of the tent. He just came to watch. When the first weak, gray light of dawn finally filtered through the fabric, it felt less like a rescue and more like a temporary reprieve. I was exhausted, my body heavy with a fatigue that went bone deep, my eyes gritty and sore. In the light of day, the fear from the night before seemed almost foolish, a product of an overactive imagination, fueled by grief and stress. It was probably just a late night fisherman, I told myself, or a hiker who had lost his way. There had to be a rational explanation. There always was. But when I looked at Michael, the fragile bubble of my rationalizations burst. He was even worse than the day before. He hadn't moved from the position he'd been in when I'd tried to wake him. There were dark, bruised looking circles under his eyes, and his skin had a pale, waxy sheen to it. He seemed to have shrunk during the night, collapsing further into himself. When I finally coaxed him to sit up, his movements were slow and agonizing. He wouldn't eat the breakfast I prepared. He wouldn't speak. He just took the cup of coffee I offered, his hands trembling, and stared into it as if it held the secrets to some terrible universe. The despair rolling off him was a physical force, a cold wave that extinguished any warmth from the morning sun. I tried to act normal. I chattered about the weather, about the birds I could hear in the trees, about anything and everything, hoping to fill the suffocating silence. He offered no response, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the lake. It was like talking to a ghost. The vibrant, loving man I had shared my life with was gone. In his place was this hollowed out shell, and I was terrified that I was losing him not just to the cancer, but to the crushing weight of his own sorrow. That afternoon, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the campsite, I decided to gather more firewood. I told Michael I'd be back in a few minutes. A cheerful, brittle lie, and he gave no indication that he'd even heard me. I grabbed the small hatchet and walked towards the thicker woods that bordered our clearing. The forest floor was a soft carpet of pine needles, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. For a few moments, the simple, physical task soothed me. The rhythmic crunch of my boots, the sharp crack of dry branches. It was normal. It was real. I had gathered an armful of wood and was turning to head back when a flicker of movement, or rather, a lack of it, caught my eye. My blood ran cold. There, standing among the dense shadows of the pines at the very edge of our campsite, was the man from the night before. He was partially obscured by the trunk of a massive ponderosa, but there was no mistaking the tall, unnaturally thin silhouette or the dark, funereal suit. In the daylight, his presence was even more jarring, more profoundly wrong. He wasn't moving. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing there, watching. I dropped the firewood. The clatter of the logs hitting the ground seemed deafeningly loud. He didn't react, A scream lodged itself in my throat, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the woods or the hatchet. I just ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, my lungs burning, my mind screaming one single, frantic thought. He's here. He's real. I burst back into the clearing, gasping for breath, my eyes wild with panic. Michael was still in his chair, unmoved, his back to the woods. "Michael!" I cried, my voice a ragged gasp to leave. "Now. We have to go now." I grabbed his arm, my fingers digging into his thin bicep.
There's a man watching us!
He's in the trees. For the first time all day, he turned his head and looked at me. But there was no alarm in his eyes, no concern. There was nothing, just a dull, empty flatness that terrified me more than the figure in the woods. His gaze drifted past me, towards the trees where I had seen the man. He stared for a long moment, his expression unchanging. "There's no one there, Grace," he said, and his voice was a monotone, devoid of any emotion. "You're just tired. You're not sleeping."
No! Michael, you don't understand! He was right there!
A tall man in a suit, the same man from last night. My voice was rising, bordering on hysterical. I knew how I must sound, but I couldn't stop myself. "Why can't you see him?" "Because there is nothing to see," he said, with a tone of finality that shut down all argument. He turned his head and resumed his vigil, staring out at the placid, unblinking eye of the lake. I stood there, trembling, my frantic pleas dying in my throat. I looked back at the woods, my heart pounding. The spot where the man had been standing was empty. He was gone, but I knew what I had seen. He was real. The horrifying realization began to dawn on me. It wasn't that Michael couldn't see him. It was that the man wasn't there for me to see. He was there for Michael. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. As dusk bled across the sky, painting it in shades of bruised purple and orange, I built up the campfire until it was a roaring blaze, a desperate circle of light to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. I sat on a log, clutching a heavy iron skillet from our cook set, my eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of our camp. Michael had retired to the tent early, swallowing his pain medication with apathetic resolve, before zipping himself into his sleeping bag. I was alone again, a solitary guard on a hopeless watch. The moon rose, fat and white, but its light seemed unable to penetrate the oppressive darkness that clung to the trees. Hours passed. The fire crackled and spat, the only sound in a world that seemed to be holding its breath. And then he was there. He wasn't in the woods this time. He wasn't by the lake. He was standing just at the edge of the firelight, a place that had been empty seconds before. He was closer, so much closer, and I could see him clearly. My grandmother's descriptions had not done him justice. The reality was infinitely more terrifying. He was impossibly tall, his limbs too long and slender for his body, giving him a grotesque, insect-like appearance. His black suit was not made of cloth. It seemed to shift and wreathe, a piece of living shadow that absorbed the firelight. And his face, my God, his face. My grandmother was right. He had no face. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, a mouth, there was only a smooth, pale, ovoid blankness, like an unpainted mannequin's head. It was the most obscene thing I had ever seen. The skillet fell from my numb fingers and landed in the dirt with a soft thud. I was paralyzed, frozen by a fear so absolute it felt like my heart had stopped beating. He wasn't looking at me. His featureless face was turned towards the tent, where Michael was sleeping. There was an unmistakable sense of purpose in his stillness, an air of profound patience. He was waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that swept away every last vestige of doubt and rationalization, who he was. This was not a hiker. This was not a figment of my imagination. This was the collector of sad souls. This was Walking Sam. And he had come for my husband. Time ceased to have meaning. I was a statue of flesh and bone, my gaze locked on the faceless horror, standing at the edge of the firelight. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to scream, to do something, but my muscles were disconnected from my brain, locked down by a fear so profound it was like a physical paralysis. The crackling of the fire was the only sound in the universe. He stood there, his featureless head tilted ever so slightly towards the tent, a silent and patient predator. He wasn't there for me. I was just an obstacle, a piece of scenery in the final, tragic act of my husband's life. A surge of rage, hot and fierce, finally broke through the ice of my fear. It was a primal, protective fury for the man I loved, the man this thing had come to claim. With a guttural cry that ripped itself from my throat, I snatched a burning log from the fire pit. It was heavy and awkward, showering sparks onto my arms and hands, but I didn't feel the pain. Get away from him, I shrieked, my voice raw and broken.
Leave him alone.
I hurled the burning log with all my strength. It tumbled end over end through the air and landed in the dirt a few feet in front of him, scattering embers that glowed like angry red eyes in the darkness. He didn't flinch, he didn't move. He didn't acknowledge my existence in any way. The smooth, pale blankness of his face remained fixed on the tent. My act of defiance was as meaningless as a child throwing a stone at the moon. He was an inevitability, a force of nature, and I was nothing. Defeated, the fight draining out of me as quickly as it had appeared, I stumbled backward. Tears streamed down my face, hot and useless. There was only one thing left to do. I scrambled into the tent, zipping it shut as if the flimsy sheet of nylon could offer any real protection. Inside, the air was cold and still. Michael was asleep, his breathing a shallow, almost imperceptible whisper. In the faint moonlight filtering through the tent's fabric, his face looked like a waxen mask, peaceful and distant. He was already gone. I knew it then. He had already slipped away to a place where my voice and my love could no longer reach him. Walking Sam wasn't here to take him. He was just here to witness the departure. I spent the rest of the night huddled at Michael's side, my arms wrapped around his frail body, as if I could physically anchor him to this world. I didn't sleep. I watched his chest for the tiny rise and fall that told me he was still alive. I listened to the oppressive silence outside, my entire being focused on the presence I knew was standing just beyond the firelight. I prayed. I begged. I made silent, frantic bargains with God I wasn't sure I believed in anymore. I promised anything and everything if he would just make the sun come up and prove this was all a nightmare. Sometime in the deepest, darkest hour before dawn, my body betrayed me. My eyelids, heavy as lead weights, finally drifted shut. I fell into a black, dreamless pit of exhaustion for what couldn't have been more than an hour. But it was enough. I woke with a violent jolt, a sudden, sickening certainty that something was wrong. The tent was filled with the cold, gray light of early morning, and I was alone. Michael was gone. His sleeping bag was empty, the indentation of his body already cooling. His shoes, which had been by the door of the tent, were also gone. Michael, I called out, my voice a panicked croak. Michael. I scrambled out of the tent, campfire was a pile of gray ash. The clearing was empty. There was no sign of the tall man. A thin, wispy fog was rising off the lake, clinging to the surface of the water like a shroud. A terrible, cold dread coiled in the pit of my stomach. I knew where he had gone. I ran towards the lake, my bare feet slipping on the damp, cold earth. And then I saw him. He was about 20 feet out, standing in the water up to his waist. His back was to me. He was perfectly still, just staring out at the center of the lake, as if waiting for a boat to arrive.
Michael, no!
I screamed, splashing into the frigid water.
Come back.
Please, Michael, come back. The icy shock of the water took my breath away, but I pushed forward, the muddy lake bed sucking at my feet. He didn't turn. He didn't respond. He just took another slow, deliberate step forward, the water rising to his chest. And then, with a quiet, final grace, he let his legs go out from under him and disappeared beneath the surface. There was no struggle, just a ripple that spread outward and then was gone. I am writing this in the car. It's been hours. The police have come and gone. They were kind, in a detached, professional way. A park ranger recovered Michael's body. They called it a suicide. A tragic but understandable consequence of his terminal illness and depression. They took my statement, their pens scratching on their notepads as I told them my frantic, unbelievable story. I could see the pity in their eyes, the quiet assumption that grief had made me hysterical, that I was hallucinating. They didn't see what I saw. Or if they did, they explained it away. Before they'd arrived, I had stood on the muddy shore, shivering and broken, and I saw the footprints. They were clear as day in the soft earth at the water's edge. 2 sets of them, leading into the lake. One set was the distinct tread of Michael's hiking boots. The other set was long, narrow, and barefoot. They walked side by side into the water until they vanished. He wasn't alone. The police said the barefoot prints were probably from another camper, or that I had made them myself in my panic and forgotten. They said the mind plays tricks on you in times of trauma. They closed their notebooks and told me they were sorry for my loss. I know what happened. The walker came for him. He didn't take him. Michael went willingly. He was just the silent escort, the collector of another sad soul. I'm driving away from that lake as fast as my shaking hands will allow. I've thrown our camping gear in the back, unable to leave it but desperate to get away. I can't stop looking in my rearview mirror. The winding mountain road is empty, but every so often, in the shimmering heat rising from the asphalt, I think I see him. A tall, thin figure in a dark suit, standing on the side of the road, his featureless face turned in my direction, watching me go. And I have a terrible, sinking feeling that he knows he'll be seeing me again one day. My own despair is a cold, heavy stone in my heart, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that he can sense it. My name is Daniel Everett, and before I recount the story of that fateful summer night, I believe it is only proper to introduce myself, as though I were presenting testimony before a silent jury. I was 24 years old at the time, freshly graduated from university, and searching for that elusive sense of freedom that adulthood promises but seldom delivers. I had always been a man who found comfort in books rather than parties, yet I agreed, against my better judgment, to accompany 3 friends on a camping trip deep in the northern woods. The invitation seemed harmless, even charming. At first, an escape from the gray routine of city life. Little did I know it would become the most terrifying night of my life. My companions were individuals who, at least on the surface, could not have been more different. Jonathan Hale, who had been my roommate during my senior year, was the natural leader of the group. He carried himself with the easy confidence of someone who believed the world bent for him alone. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and fond of laughing too loudly. But there was also a streak of recklessness in him, a tendency to chase experiences with little regard for consequence. Then there was Emily Ward. Emily had been my friend since childhood, and though she had grown into a woman of striking beauty, I still saw in her the freckle-faced girl who had shared her toys with me in kindergarten. She was thoughtful, intelligent, and occasionally too curious for her own good. Her camera rarely left her side, as she delighted in capturing the world through her lens. I trusted her more than anyone else in the group, though her fascination with the unknown often led us down strange paths. The final member of our company was Michael Anders. Michael was the quietest of us, though his silence was rarely awkward. He possessed a dry wit that emerged in carefully chosen words, and I sometimes suspected he saw more than he ever admitted. He studied anthropology, and his interest in folklore was profound. His backpack always carried at least one tattered book of myths, stories he claimed held truths that modern minds dismissed too easily. We set out on a Friday afternoon in the heat of late July, when the air clung to the skin and the roads shimmered like molten glass. Jonathan drove his old station wagon, a vehicle that rattled and groaned with every mile, though he assured us it was indestructible. The car smelled faintly of gasoline and sun-baked leather, but none of us complained. Spirits were high, and even I allowed myself to believe this would be nothing more than a pleasant weekend away. Our destination was a place known simply as Blackwood Forest, a stretch of wilderness untouched by towns or highways. According to Michael, it had been the subject of unsettling legends among the indigenous tribes centuries ago. Tales spoke of figures who moved between the trees, voices that lured travelers deeper into the woods, and shadows that carried the memory of those who had vanished. Naturally, Jonathan dismissed these stories as spooky bedtime nonsense, while Emily insisted they would make excellent photographs. I, on the other hand, kept my silence. I did not wish to encourage superstition. Yet I also could not entirely suppress the unease that stirred in me as Michael described the forest's reputation. By the time we reached the edge of Blackwood, the sun had begun to lower itself toward the horizon, staining the sky with shades of amber and crimson. The forest loomed before us, dark and dense, as though it disapproved of our arrival. We parked the car on a gravel path that led no further than a rusted metal gate. From there, we carried our supplies on foot: tents, sleeping bags, lanterns, and enough food to last the weekend. The path swallowed us quickly. Within minutes, the sound of the road had vanished, replaced by the drone of cicadas and the occasional rustle of unseen animals. The canopy above was so thick that even in daylight the forest seemed dim. The air was cooler here, heavy with the scent of moss and damp earth. Emily stopped more than once to photograph the shadows between the trees, claiming the place had a beauty that was difficult to describe. After nearly an hour of walking, we reached a clearing by a small lake. Its waters were still and black, mirroring the trees that crowded its edge. Perfect, Jonathan declared, clapping his hands together as though he had discovered the place himself. We set about constructing our camp. 2 tents pitched near the tree line, a fire pit dug at the center of the clearing, and logs pulled into a circle for seating. The work was simple, and within an hour the fire crackled merrily, its smoke curling upward into the twilight sky. We cooked sausages over the flames and passed around bottles of beer. Conversation was light and cheerful at first, filled with teasing and laughter. Yet as the night deepened, the mood shifted almost imperceptibly. The forest grew quieter. The cicadas ceased their song, and even the breeze seemed to vanish. It was then that Michael began to speak of the legends again, his face illuminated by the fire's glow. He told us of hunters who had disappeared in these woods, their bodies never recovered. He described voices that called in familiar tones, luring wanderers from their camps. He spoke of the Blackwood Watcher, a figure cloaked in shadow said to roam the forest, neither spirit nor man, who fed on fear itself. Jonathan, predictably, laughed. "You're trying to scare us." "That's all," he said, tossing a twig into the fire. "But it won't work. Ghost stories are just that, stories." Emily, however, leaned forward, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Do you think there's any truth in them?" she asked quietly. Michael shrugged. "Every legend begins somewhere. Whether it's fact or imagination, I cannot say. But the forest does have a presence. Can you not feel it?" I did feel it. I had felt it since the moment we entered. A subtle but undeniable weight, as though unseen eyes observed our every movement. I had hoped the feeling would fade with laughter and firelight, but instead it grew stronger. Later, as the fire dwindled, and we prepared for sleep, Emily pulled me aside. "Daniel," she whispered, "do you hear it?" I listened. At first, all I noticed was the usual stillness of the forest. But then, faintly, I detected something else. A sound like distant humming, low and rhythmic, drifting through the trees. It was too deliberate to be the wind. "Yes," I admitted, my throat dry. She looked at me with unease. "It's coming from across the lake." I glanced toward the water. Its surface was dark and smooth. Yet I could not shake the impression that something moved beneath it, just out of sight. We said nothing more. Instead, we returned to the tents. Jonathan was already snoring, while Michael sat reading by the dim light of a lantern. Emily joined him, perhaps for comfort, and I lay in my sleeping bag, staring at the canvas ceiling. The humming persisted, rising and falling like a chant carried by invisible voices. Sleep did not come easily. When at last my eyelids grew heavy, I dreamed of tall figures standing between the trees, their faces hidden in shadow, their heads tilting as though they were listening. I awoke sometime later to silence. The forest was utterly still. For a moment, I thought perhaps I had only imagined the sound. Then, without warning, a sharp snap echoed from the tree line, as if a branch had broken underfoot. I froze, my heart pounding. Another snap followed, closer this time. Someone, or something, was moving just beyond the clearing. I sat up, straining to listen, and the air in the tent grew, colder, heavy with dread. The night was only beginning. When I think back on that night, I often wonder if I might have prevented what followed had I spoken up sooner. Fear, however, is a silencer more powerful than reason. Instead of waking the others when I first heard those footsteps, I remained frozen in my sleeping bag, convincing myself it must have been an animal. A deer, perhaps, or a raccoon searching for scraps. Yet the sound did not belong to any animal I knew. It was deliberate. One step, a pause, then another. Each movement pressed down on the earth, with slow precision as though whoever, or whatever, walked there wanted to be heard. I forced myself to lie back to steady my breathing, but my body betrayed me. My hands trembled, and every muscle screamed at me to run. When the noise ceased, replaced once again by that dreadful silence, I thought perhaps it had passed. I was wrong. A voice broke the stillness. Daniel. It was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it carried clearly through the canvas walls of the tent. My blood turned to ice. The voice was unmistakable. It belonged to my mother. She had been dead for 3 years. I sat upright in horror, my pulse pounding in my ears. The voice came again, closer this time. Daniel, come here. I clutched the lantern beside me, fumbling with the switch until a weak glow filled the tent. Michael stirred from his reading, glancing up with wary eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice hoarse with sleep. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He frowned. "Hear what?" Before I could answer, Emily's voice called from the other tent. "Daniel, why are you outside?" The words stabbed me with confusion. "I'm not outside," I said quickly. "I'm here, in my tent." Silence followed. Then came the sound of her tent unzipping. I rushed to stop her, but by the time I stumbled into the clearing, Emily was already standing in the moonlight, her hair disheveled, her expression dazed. "I thought I heard you," she murmured. Jonathan groaned from where he lay. "What the hell are you two doing? Some of us are trying to sleep." "Someone's out there," Emily insisted, her eyes fixed on the tree line. I heard Daniel calling me. Michael emerged beside me, his lantern casting a fragile halo of light. "That's not possible," he said flatly. Daniel was with me. Jonathan sat up now, his annoyance fading into unease. Maybe it was another camper, he suggested, though his voice carried no conviction. "There's no one else here," Michael replied. "We're miles from the nearest road." We stood in uneasy silence. The forest loomed, darker than ever, every shadow a threat. I could still feel the echo of my mother's voice, curling inside my skull like smoke. Then it came again. Not my mother this time, but Emily's own voice. "Emily," it whispered from the trees. "Come here." Her face drained of color. She took an involuntary step forward, her body pulled as though by invisible strings. Michael grabbed her arm, holding her back. "Don't," he said firmly. Jonathan swore under his breath. "All right, this isn't funny anymore. Whoever's out there, you'd better knock it off," he shouted into the forest. His words rang hollow in the still air. No answer came. Only the reflection of the moon on the lake, the silent trees, and the pounding of my own heart. We argued quietly about what to do next. Jonathan insisted it was a prank, though even he seemed rattled. Emily was shaken, and Michael spoke of the legends again, reminding us of voices that lured travelers away. I hated to admit he was right, but what else could explain it? In the end, we agreed to take turns keeping watch. Jonathan volunteered first, more to prove his bravado than from any genuine desire. Emily and I returned reluctantly to our tent, while Michael kept his lantern burning beside him. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake, listening for every rustle, every breath of wind. The forest seemed alive with unseen movement, though the fire had dwindled to embers. Emily whispered beside me, her voice trembling. "Daniel, what if it's true? What if there's something out there?" I wanted to reassure her, but words failed me. All I could do was reach for her hand in the darkness. Sometime later, I must have dozed, When I awoke, the tent was bathed in an eerie glow. At first, I thought it was dawn, but the light was wrong. Too pale, too cold. Emily was gone. I scrambled outside in panic. The clearing was empty except for Jonathan, who sat motionless on a log, his face blank. The fire was nearly dead, reduced to faint coals. Michael was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Emily?" I demanded. Jonathan turned his head slowly, his eyes glassy as though he were half asleep. "She went into the woods," he said. "What? Why didn't you stop her?" "She heard something," he muttered. "Said she had to go." I shook him violently.
Jonathan, wake up!
"This isn't a game." But he only blinked at me, dazed. I grabbed the lantern and dashed toward the tree line. The pale glow deepened as I ran, spreading between the trees like mist. My lungs burned, my legs heavy, but I pressed on, calling Emily's name. The forest answered. "Daniel?" The voice was hers, clear and desperate, echoing between the trunks. I followed it, stumbling over roots and rocks, my lantern swinging wildly. Branches tore at my arms, shadows danced at the corner of my vision. At last I found her, or thought I did. A figure stood ahead, bathed in that unnatural light. It was Emily's form, her hair falling around her shoulders, her hand reaching toward me. "Help me," she whispered. I rushed forward, but as I drew closer, the figure dissolved into mist, fading like smoke in the wind. The light flickered and vanished, plunging the forest into suffocating darkness. I collapsed to my knees, gasping. My lantern sputtered, threatening to die. When it flared back to life, I saw Michael crouched nearby, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. "Don't follow it," he hissed. "It's not her." I stared at him in disbelief.
But she's gone!
He shook his head violently. "That thing wants us to chase it. That's how it takes people." I wanted to argue, but the conviction in his voice stopped me. He helped me to my feet, urging me back toward the camp. We stumbled through the trees, the lantern our only anchor against the swallowing dark. When we returned, Jonathan was still seated on the log, but now his head was bent forward, his chin resting on his chest. I feared the worst, but when Michael shook him, he stirred groggily. "What happened?" he asked, his voice slurred. "You tell us." Michael snapped. "Where's Emily?" Jonathan looked around in confusion, realization dawning slowly. She left. I told her not to, but she said she heard her name." We argued again, desperation rising like floodwater. Emily was gone, taken by something we could not understand. I wanted to go after her, but Michael insisted we wait until daylight. "The forest isn't ours at night," he said grimly. "If we chase her now, we'll join her." So we waited. Hours stretched like centuries. The fire burned low, our lanterns flickered, and every sound from the woods set our nerves on edge. Jonathan cursed under his breath, blaming himself, blaming Michael, blaming the legends. I sat in silence, clutching the lantern, my thoughts consumed by Emily's face, her voice, her outstretched hand. When dawn finally broke, it came without warmth. The light was pale and weak, as though the sun itself feared this place. We rose, exhausted, and prepared to search for her. The forest awaited, silent and watchful. And though the daylight offered some comfort, I could not shake the certainty that it was only an illusion. The true horror of Blackwood had yet to reveal itself. When morning came, it brought no sense of relief. The sunlight did little to warm us, and the forest felt no less hostile in daylight than it had under the moon. The three of us, Jonathan, Michael, and I, stood at the edge of the clearing, staring into the trees where Emily had vanished only hours before. None of us spoke for several minutes, each waiting for the others to decide what must be done. It was Jonathan who broke the silence. "We can't just sit here," he said, his voice unsteady. "She's out there. She could be hurt." Michael shook his head grimly. "If she is out there, then she isn't alone. You saw it, Daniel. That light. That thing. We need to be careful. The forest doesn't want us here." I wanted to believe Jonathan's reckless optimism, but Michael's words rang truer. I remembered the way Emily's figure had dissolved into mist, how her voice had carried from nowhere. Still, the thought of abandoning her was unthinkable. "We have to try," I said, my voice quieter than I intended. "We can't leave her." And so we set out, packing what little supplies we could carry. Lanterns, water, and a length of rope Jonathan insisted we might need. We left the tent standing, the fire cold, and stepped into the woods as though stepping into the mouth of a great beast. The forest was eerily silent. No birds sang, no insects stirred. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath our boots and the occasional snap of a branch. The air was heavy, thick with a dampness that clung to the lungs. As we pressed deeper, the trees seemed to close around us, their trunks leaning inward, as if conspiring to keep us trapped. Jonathan led the way, his bravado dimmed but not extinguished. He called Emily's name repeatedly, each shout echoing into the stillness with no reply. Michael followed close behind, his eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow. I walked last, my gaze fixed on the spaces between the trees, half expecting to see figures watching us. After what felt like hours, we reached a narrow ravine. A thin stream trickled at the bottom, its water dark and sluggish. On the opposite bank, I noticed something that made my heart lurch. A scrap of fabric caught on a branch. It was pale blue, the same color as Emily's shirt. "She came this way," I whispered. Jonathan immediately started down the ravine, but Michael grabbed his arm. "Wait. Look." At first, I saw nothing. Then I noticed them, prints in the mud. But they were not Emily's footprints. They were too large, too deep, and shaped in a way that was not quite human. The toes were long, almost claw-like, and the stride between them was unnaturally wide. "What the hell is that?" Jonathan muttered. Michael's face was pale. "The Watcher," he said softly. "The one from the stories. It's real." Jonathan swore, shaking free of Michael's grip. "She's stories don't matter. She came this way, and we're going after her." Before we could argue further, a sound drifted through the trees. It was faint but unmistakable, the sound of someone crying. "Emily," I breathed. We followed the sound, climbing the opposite bank and pushing through the undergrowth. The crying grew louder, more desperate, until at last we stumbled into a clearing unlike any we had seen. It was a circle, perfectly formed, the ground within it bare of vegetation. At the center stood Emily. She faced away from us, her shoulders trembling as she wept. "Emily," Jonathan shouted, rushing forward. I tried to stop him, but he was too quick. He reached her and laid a hand on her shoulder. She turned slowly, and the sight of her face nearly made me collapse. It was Emily, yet it wasn't. Her eyes were black voids, her skin pale as ash. Her mouth stretched too wide in a smile that was not her own. Jonathan staggered back, horror etched on his features. What is this?" The thing wearing Emily's face tilted its head, studying us with an expression both curious and cruel. Then it spoke. and though the voice was hers, the words were not. You came when I called, it whispered, just as they always do. The shadows at the edge of the clearing shifted, and I saw them. Tall, slender figures moving silently between the trees. Their forms were indistinct, as though made of smoke and shadow, but their eyes glowed faintly with cold light. Michael raised the lantern high, his voice trembling as he recited something from memory, words in a language I did not know. The figures hesitated, their movements slowing, but the creature before us only laughed. You think words will save you, it hissed. This place is mine. All who enter belong to me. Suddenly, Emily, or the thing that wore her, lunged at Jonathan with unnatural speed. He cried out, stumbling backward as its claws raked across his chest. Blood blossomed on his shirt, and he fell to the ground, gasping. I rushed to his side, dragging him away, while Michael thrust the lantern toward the creature. Its light flared, and for an instant, the thing recoiled, its form flickering like a flame in the wind. Back, Michael shouted. Stay in the light. We huddled together, the lantern our only protection, as the figures closed in. The circle around us grew tighter, their shapes shifting, whispering, their voices a chorus of stolen tones. I heard my mother's voice again, my father's, even Emily's laughter. All twisted, all wrong. Jonathan groaned, clutching his chest, his strength fading. We can't fight this, he rasped. We have to run. But where? I demanded. We're surrounded. Michael's eyes darted around, frantic. Then he pointed toward the stream we had crossed. Water. The old stories said water can break their hold, if we can reach it. There was no time to argue. Together, we made a desperate dash toward the edge of the clearing. The figures surged forward, their whispers rising to a scream. The creature that wore Emily shrieked in fury, its voice 1,000 voices in one. We ran blindly, branches tearing at our skin, roots clawing at our feet. The lantern flickered wildly, threatening to die, but somehow it held. Behind us, the forest roared with sound, as though the trees themselves cried out in anger. At last, we burst from the trees onto the bank of the stream. Without hesitation, we plunged into the water, the icy current dragging at our legs. The lantern hissed and died, plunging us into near darkness. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then I realized the whispers had stopped. The forest was silent once more. We collapsed on the far bank, gasping, shivering, too exhausted to speak. Jonathan lay pale and weak, his wound deep but not immediately fatal. Michael tore a strip of cloth from his shirt to staunch the bleeding. When we finally looked back, the figures were gone. The clearing was empty. Only the trees remained, silent and watchful. We did not wait to see if they would return. With the weak light of dawn as our guide, we stumbled through the forest, until at last we reached the road where Jonathan's car awaited us. We never spoke of what we had seen, not in the days that followed, nor in the years since. Jonathan survived, though he bore the scar across his chest for the rest of his life. Michael withdrew into himself, his fascination with folklore replaced by a quiet dread. And Emily was gone. We never found her, not a trace, as though she had been swallowed whole by the forest. As for me, I left Blackwood with the certainty that some legends are true. There are places in this world that do not belong to us, places that wait with patient hunger for those foolish enough to enter. And sometimes, when the night is still and the wind falls silent, I hear my name whispered from the dark. I do not answer, My name is Amara Singh, and I trade in ghosts. Not the spectral chain, rattling kind that haunt Gothic manors, but the far more tangible specters of accountability, the phantoms of corporate responsibility that vanish the moment a tragedy is buried by the next news cycle. I am an investigative journalist, and my beat is the graveyard of industry. The forgotten towns where the skeletons of factories and plants stand as monuments to broken promises and poisoned earth. My work is to give those ghosts a voice, to prove they were ever there at all. This particular ghost hunt led me to the bruised heart of Appalachia, a place where the mountains themselves bear the scars of a brutal excavation. The story was supposed to be about the legacy of mountaintop removal mining in West Virginia, a practice as delicate as it sounds. Coal companies had used explosives to shear the tops off ancient peaks to get at the seams within, dumping the leftover rock and debris, what they call overburden, into the surrounding valleys. They choked the streams, flattened the landscape, and left behind a chemical blight that seeped into the groundwater and eventually into the people. My investigation was focused on the downstream consequences, the poisoned water that ran cloudy from the taps, the inexplicable cancers that bloomed like malignant flowers in towns nestled in the valleys, and the slurry ponds. These were the most damning evidence. Gargantuan, unholy lakes of coal sludge, heavy metals, and chemical waste, held back from the towns below by nothing more than earthen dams that were themselves dissolving under the chemical assault. My specific target, the nexus of my story, was the abandoned Black Creek processing plant and its associated mine. The plant had been shuttered for nearly 30 years, a relic of a boom that had long since gone bust. The company that owned it, Titan Mineral, had been absorbed by a larger conglomerate, which in turn had been bought out twice over. The ownership was a labyrinth of shell corporations designed to diffuse liability until it simply disappeared. But the slurry pond remained, a ticking time bomb of toxicity looming over the town of Havenwood. The locals spoke of the place in hushed, fearful tones. They said it was haunted, a claim I'd heard 1,000 times in places like this. They spoke of the ghosts of miners who had died not in collapses or explosions, but slowly, from the inside out, their lungs coated in dust and their bodies riddled with cancers from the chemical exposure. They said you could still hear their coughing on the wind, see their gaunt figures walking the rusted catwalks at dusk. I was sympathetic, but I was looking for a different kind of ghost. I was looking for proof, for the paper trail that would lead back to the boardroom, where the decision was made to sacrifice a generation for profit. I was hunting the ghost of a conscience. The drive to Black Creek was a journey into a slow motion apocalypse. The highway wound through hills that looked like they'd been scalped, their green tops replaced by barren, gray plateaus. The towns I passed through were withering on the vine, their main streets lined with boarded up storefronts and fading murals of proud, suit-faced miners. The people who remained watched my car pass with a deep, seated wariness in their eyes, the look of a community that had been promised the world and given a poisoned well. When I finally turned onto the old access road for the Black Creek plant, the pavement gave way to gravel, and the forest closed in. The trees themselves looked sick, their leaves tinged with a faint, coppery rust. A rusted chain link fence, topped with withered coils of barbed wire, sagged between concrete posts. The main gate was chained shut, a faded, bullet, riddled, neno, ti respes singi, sign hanging from it like a forgotten epitaph. I parked my car a quarter-mile down the road, hidden in a thicket of sickly-looking pines, and began the process of suiting up. The hazmat suit was a cumbersome, alien skin. I pulled the thick, rubberized fabric over my clothes, the material stiff and cold. Then came the heavy boots, the triple-layer gloves, and finally, the respirator and face shield. The world was suddenly muffled, my own breathing a loud, rhythmic hiss in my ears. The sound of artificial life. It was a profoundly isolating experience, sealing me off from the world. A necessary barrier against the poison I was willingly walking into. Alone. I pushed through a gap in the fence and stepped onto the grounds of the Black Creek processing plant. The air, even through the filters of my respirator, was thick with a chemical stench that defied description. A layered assault of sulfur, ammonia, and something acridly metallic, all underscored by the damp, cloying smell of decay. It was the smell of the slurry pond, a miasma that clung to everything. The plant itself was a skeleton of rust and ruin, a cathedral of corrosion. Conveyor belts drooped from their supports, like the broken spines of colossal beasts. The corrugated metal walls of the processing buildings were stained with a diseased rainbow of chemical spills. Lurid streaks of orange, green, and an unnatural, shimmering purple. Leaking barrels, their labels long since dissolved, lay on their sides, their toxic contents having bled into the cracked concrete and scorched earth years ago. I moved with methodical purpose, my camera clicking and whirring, documenting the nightmare. Every leaking drum, every stained patch of ground, every sign of blatant, criminal neglect was a piece of the story. My Geiger counter chattered nervously as I passed certain areas, a frantic, invisible warning. This place wasn't just polluted, it was radioactive. My primary focus, the reason I had come, was a large diameter drainage pipe I'd identified on the plant's original schematics. It was an anomaly, a feature that made no engineering sense. It ran from the deepest, oldest section of the coal mine, a part of the tunnels that had been sealed off decades ago, and fed directly into the slurry pond. There was no legitimate reason for its existence. No mine drainage system would be designed to pump water into a toxic waste pond. My hypothesis was simple and horrifying. Titan Mineral hadn't just been dumping their processing waste into the pond. They had been using the abandoned mine itself as a secret. Illegal landfill, pumping waste directly into the earth, and this pipe was the evidence, an overflow valve for their sins. I found the access hatch for the pipe, tucked away, behind a collapsed section of a loading dock. Half buried under rubble and overgrown with thorny, mutated-looking weeds. It was a heavy, circular piece of cast iron, bolted shut and fused with rust. It took me the better part of an hour with a crowbar and a heavy wrench, my muscles screaming in protest inside the restrictive suit. To break the seal, the final bolt gave way with a percussive crack that echoed across the silent grounds. With a final, grunting heave, I pried the heavy hatch open. The stench that billowed out was a physical blow. It was a foul, organic wave of putrescence and chemicals. A smell so potent, it seemed to bypass my respirator's filters and coat the inside of my throat. It was the smell of rot on an industrial scale. The smell of something that had been sealed in darkness and left to fester for a generation. My eyes watered, and a reflexive gag tightened in my chest. This was it. This was the throat of the monster. Peering into the oppressive, black maw of the pipe, I readied the small, remote-controlled camera drone that would be my eyes in the darkness below. The drone was a compact, ruggedized unit, no bigger than my hand, equipped with a powerful LD spotlight and a high-resolution camera. I called it my canary, a modern-day stand-in for the birds miners once carried into the depths to detect poison gas. The irony was not lost on me. I placed it at the lip of the pipe, its rotors whirring to life with a sound like an angry hornet. A stark, mechanical noise in the oppressive silence of the ruined plant. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the steady hiss of my respirator. With a gentle nudge of the controls on my wrist, mounted monitor, the canary dipped into the darkness. The world resolved into a circle of harsh, white light on the small screen. The initial feed was a nauseating, chaotic tumble as the drone stabilized itself within the pipe. Then the image steadied, and I got my first clear look into the artery of this poisoned place. The pipe, at least 4 feet in diameter, was coated in a thick, viscous, black sludge. It wasn't just a layer of grime, it was a lining, an internal skin that seemed to pulse with a slow, sickening rhythm in the drone's light. It looked hideously organic, like the inside of some colossal, diseased gullet. Strange, iridescent sheens, like oil on a puddle, swirled across its surface, catching the light in hypnotic, rainbow patterns of pure toxicity. I pushed the drone forward. It moved sluggishly, the air thick and heavy, resisting the small machine's progress. The signal was surprisingly strong, likely due to the pipe being a straight shot into the mine, a direct conduit. As it traveled deeper, I began to notice things embedded in the pulsating sludge on the walls. At first, they were just indeterminate shapes, lumps and strands of debris. But then the camera passed over something horribly familiar. The tattered sleeve of a work shirt, the fabric a ghostly white against the black ooze. A little further on, a steel-toed boot, the leather warped and bloated, jutted from the wall like a grotesque fungus. These were the remnants of the men who had worked here, fragments of their lives swallowed by the toxic mire. The journey felt endless. The only sounds were the drone's determined buzz, transmitted faintly through the controls, and my own ragged breathing. The stench from the open hatch seemed to intensify, a phantom smell that my mind conjured, even though my respirator should have blocked it. It was a smell of profound and ancient rottenness, a chemical and biological decay that spoke of things that should never have been combined. The pipe began to slope downwards more steeply, and the drone picked up speed. I could hear a low, wet, gurgling sound through the drone's microphone, a sound that grew steadily louder. I was getting close to the end. After what felt like an eternity of black, glistening tunnel, the view on my monitor changed. The pipe opened up, and the canary emerged into a vast, open space. The drone's light cut a sharp beam through an inky blackness, revealing a massive, flooded chamber. This was the mine. I could make out the skeletal remains of wooden support beams, thick as telephone poles, their surfaces slick with the same black sludge. Sections of the ceiling had collapsed, creating monstrous piles of rock and debris from the depths like islands in a subterranean sea. And the water that filled the chamber was not water at all. It was the slurry itself, a vast underground lake of the same toxic, semi-liquid waste from the pond above. The company had filled the heart of the mountain with its poison. I maneuvered the drone higher, its light sweeping across the cavernous space. The scale of it was staggering. It was a man-made hell. A tomb filled with a chemical brew so volatile that it had preserved this place in a state of perfect decay. The air must be unbreathable, a cocktail of methane and chemical vapors. And in the center of this toxic lake, something was moving. At first, it was just a disturbance on the surface, a slow, thick ripple that didn't seem to have a source. I guided the canary closer, my fingers tight on the controls. The drone's spotlight hit the center of the chamber, and the surface of the sludge began to heave. It rose, impossibly, forming a mound, a hillock of black ooze that grew and grew. This was no mere current. It was a solid mass, an island of filth taking shape before my eyes. And then I saw them. As the massive, amorphous creature rose from the sludge, the drone's light caught on something pale within its shifting, black form. It was a face. A human face, contorted in a silent, eternal scream. Its features warped by pressure and chemical corrosion, but still recognizably human. Then I saw another, and another. I saw limbs, arms, legs, torsos, trapped within the creature, their bodies fused and melted together by the chemical waste. I saw skulls, their empty sockets staring out from the black mass, a mosaic of death. It was a horrifying, moving sculpture of human agony. It was the miners, the ones the locals whispered about. The ones who had died from the exposure, their bodies likely tossed into the mine shafts to hide the evidence, to be dissolved and forgotten by the illegal dumping. But they weren't gone. They weren't dead, not in any way I understood. The unique, radioactive, and chemical cocktail, the slurry, had done something monstrous. It hadn't just preserved their bodies, it had merged them. It had broken them down to their constituent parts and reassembled them into a single, grotesque, sentient entity. A collective consciousness of pain and rage, born from industrial poison and corporate greed. The slurry's child. The legends were true, in the most twisted way imaginable. The mine wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was haunted by a living, breathing monument to corporate sin, a body, horror nightmare given life by a polluted environment. The creature sensed the drone. The light, the noise, the intrusion into its dark, silent world. It registered the canary's presence. From its vast, heaving body, a dozen sludge-caked arms, formed from the fused limbs of the dead, rose from the ooze. They reached, blindly at first, then with a terrifying, coordinated purpose, for the small, buzzing machine. The silent screams on the faces embedded in its flesh seemed to grow louder in my mind, a chorus of pure, undiluted rage. A primal fear, cold and sharp, cut through my journalistic detachment. I jammed the controls, reversing the drone, pulling it back towards the pipe. The creature surged forward, its movement shockingly fast, displacing a great wave of the black sludge. The entire chamber began to flood with more of the foul liquid, pouring in from deeper tunnels, as if the monster itself was the heart of this toxic circulatory system. The canary shot back into the relative safety of the pipe, just as the wave of filth crashed against the opening. I didn't wait to see more. I pulled it back, the image on my monitor, a dizzying retreat through the glistening black tunnel. I heard a sickening, wet slap from the hatch behind me. I scrambled back, yanking the drone out of the pipe, just as a final gout of the foul liquid sloshed out onto the concrete. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled strength, I slammed the heavy iron hatch shut, the sound of its impact final and absolute. I fumbled with the bolts, my gloved hands shaking, sealing the horror back in its tomb. I fell back against the rubble, my mind reeling. The horrific images from the monitor burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The faces. The silent, screaming faces. For a long time, I just sat there in the dirt and rubble, my back pressed against the collapsed wall of the loading dock. The world was a muffled, distorted blur through my face shield. The only sound was the frantic, rasping thunder of my own breathing inside the respirator. A desperate rhythm that did nothing to calm the chaos in my mind. The images from the drone's camera played on a loop behind my eyes. The heaving black mass, the pale, screaming faces, the grasping, sludge, caked arms. It was a vision from a madman's fever dream, an impossibility that I had just documented with a high-resolution camera. My training, my instincts as a journalist, screamed at me to maintain composure, to analyze, to document my own reaction. But the primal, animal part of my brain had taken over. It screamed one simple, undeniable command to flee. Scrambling to my feet, I fumbled to secure the small drone to my utility belt, my fingers feeling like clumsy, useless sausages in the thick gloves. Every second I remained on these grounds felt like an eternity. The silence of the plant, which had earlier felt merely desolate, now felt charged and predatory. I kept glancing back at the iron hatch, half expecting to see it buckle outwards, to see the black, toxic sludge begin to seep from its edges. The thought of that creature, that composite nightmare of flesh and poison, being so close was a physical weight, pressing down on me, suffocating me even within my sealed suit. My retreat was anything but methodical. I stumbled through the chemical wasteland, my heavy boots catching on cracked concrete and twisted rebar. The rusting skeletons of the processing buildings no longer looked like industrial ruins. They were the rib cages of long, dead leviathans, and I was a trespasser in their graveyard. The slurry pond, visible through a gap in the buildings, had transformed in my perception. It was no longer just a static environmental disaster. It was a womb, a breathing, sentient thing, and the monster in the mountain was its heart. Was it contained? Could the pressure of its growth, its rage, breach the crumbling earthen dam? The image of that black tide, washing over the town of Havenwood below, of the creature surging forth to claim the living, flashed in my mind, and I pushed myself faster. Reaching the sagging fence line felt like breaking the surface after being held underwater for too long. I squeezed through the gap and didn't stop running until I reached the relative sanctuary of my car, hidden in the sickly pines. My hands shook so violently that it took 3 tries to get the key in the door. I threw my gear into the passenger seat, tore off the face shield and respirator, and sucked in a deep lungful of the Appalachian air. It was tinged with the faint, sour smell of the distant pond, and I gagged, the scent now inextricably linked to the horror I had witnessed. The drive back to my motel in Havenwood was surreal. I passed the same dying towns, the same wary faces, but now I saw them through a different lens. They were living on the edge of an abyss, utterly oblivious to the abomination festering in the mountain that loomed over their homes. They feared ghosts, the harmless echoes of the dead. They had no idea that the real horror was a living, breathing thing, a monument to the very corporate sins that had stolen their health and prosperity. The weight of that knowledge was a crushing burden. Back in the sterile anonymity of my motel room, I initiated the decontamination protocol. I stripped off the hazmat suit, bagging it and the rest of my gear for professional disposal. I scrubbed my skin raw in the shower, trying to wash away a contamination that was more than chemical. But the images remained seared into my memory. Hours passed. The sun went down, and the neon sign of the motel cast a flickering, lurid glow into my room. I hadn't eaten. I hadn't slept. I had just sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the laptop that contained the cannery's footage. The ghost I had come here to find was on that memory card. This was the proof. The undeniable, monstrous proof that went far beyond falsified environmental reports and illegal dumping. This was a crime against nature, against humanity itself. With a trembling hand, I plugged the card into my laptop. I had to see it again. I had to be sure. The footage was even worse the second time. Stripped of the adrenaline and immediate terror, I could see the details more clearly. The resolution was chillingly perfect. I could pause, zoom in on the faces trapped in the sludge. I saw the agony in their warped features, the despair in their empty eyes. These weren't just parts of a monster, they were individuals. Men who had once had names, families, lives. Men who had gone to work in the mine and had never come home, their disappearances written off as accidents or simply ignored. Their silent screams were the only testimony they had left. The creature wasn't just a monster born of poison. It was a mass grave, a moving, sentient tomb. A cold, hard fury began to replace the fear. The ghost of corporate responsibility I had hunting now had a face. 100 faces. Titan Mineral hadn't just poisoned the land and the water. They hadn't just buried their dead. They had created an eternal, living hell for them. I'm publishing this story. I have the footage, the sample analyses, the schematics, and the testimony of a dozen whistleblowers and victims. But the centerpiece, the smoking gun, is the video of what festers in the dark heart of Black Creek Mine. People need to know. They need to see the true face of what unchecked greed and inhuman indifference can create. There will be consequences. The corporation, with its army of lawyers and PR specialists, will try to discredit me. They will call the footage a hoax, call me a liar, a fraud. They will try to bury this story just as they buried those men. But I have the truth. They gave birth to a monster, a child of slurry and sin. And it's still down there in the flooded toxic darkness. It's growing, feeding on the chemical waste that continues to seep from the pond into the mountain. It is a chorus of silent screams, trapped within a single, toxic body waiting. And I will not rest until every one of those screams is heard. My name is Calvin Mercer, and for the better part of 3 decades, I have served as a park ranger in the Pisgah National Forest. It's not merely a job, it's a lineage. My father was a ranger before me, and his father worked the logging crews that carved some of these trails out of the raw wilderness. The mountains are in my blood. They're granite and gneiss, forming the very marrow of my bones. I've spent a lifetime learning their moods, from the soft, hazy blue of a summer afternoon to the stark, skeletal gray of a winter dawn. I know the scent of pine after a rainstorm, the feel of moss-covered rock beneath my boots, and the particular silence that falls just before the first snowfall. And I know the lights, the brown mountain lights. I've seen them more times than I can count. A silent ballad of glowing orbs that materializes over the ridge on clear nights. They dance and hover, swell and fade. A phenomenon that has been a fixture of this landscape for centuries. Science has offered its theories. Swamp gas, refracted headlights, ball lightning. But none have ever stuck. The Cherokee, whose ancestors walked these hills, long before any Mercer, have their own explanation. They say the lights are the spirits of their women, eternally searching for the warriors who fell in a great battle long ago. In the 70s, a different kind of folklore took root, with whispers of UFOs and extraterrestrial visitors using the mountains as a waypoint. I never subscribed to any of it. To me, the lights were simply a part of the mountain's mystery, a beautiful and inexplicable feature of the natural world, like the synchronous fireflies of Elkmont or the elusive shadow of a black panther. They were a spectacle to be observed, not a puzzle to be solved. They were a reminder that no matter how well you think you know a place, it always holds something back, a secret it keeps for itself. I was a man of practicality, of soil and stone and observable fact. The lights were a beautiful anomaly, and I was content to leave it at that. That perspective, that comfortable distance, was shattered one winter. It was a season that had already been unusually harsh, laying a deep and stubborn foundation of snow across the higher elevations. A new storm was forecast, but the predictions were moderate. A few more inches, nothing a seasoned ranger with a V8 engine and a set of snow chains couldn't handle. I was on a remote patrol loop, a long, winding route that took me deep into the parched backcountry to check on trail conditions and ensure no late seasoned hikers had gotten themselves into trouble. The first flakes began to fall around midday, soft and fat and lazy. There was a deceptive piece to it, the world slowly being wrapped in a blanket of white. But as the afternoon wore on, the pace quickened. The wind began to howl, a low moan that grew into a piercing shriek as it tore through the hemlocks. The lazy flakes turned into a blinding, horizontal torrent of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. This wasn't the storm they had predicted. This was a blizzard, a full-throated, white-knuckled assault. My truck, a trusty Ford that had seen me through countless rough seasons, began to struggle. The tires spun, searching for purchase on the rapidly deepening snowpack. I was miles from the nearest paved road, further still from the ranger station. The radio, my lifeline to the outside world, crackled with static before falling into a dead, hopeless silence. Then came the lurch and the final, sickening stop. The engine whined in protest, but it was no use. I was buried in a snowdrift. The world outside my windshield a swirling vortex of white. A cold, sharp tendril of fear pierced the professional calm I always tried to maintain. I knew the protocol. Stay with the vehicle, conserve energy. Wait for rescue. But I also knew these mountains. I knew how long it could take for a search party to even begin looking, let alone find me in a storm of this magnitude. The truck's heater would run for a few hours, but the gas tank wasn't full. When it died, the cab would become a metal coffin. The cold would seep in, relentless and lethal. I'd fall asleep, and I wouldn't wake up. Staying put wasn't an option. It was a death sentence. My mind raced, flipping through a mental map of the area I had built over 30 years. Roads were impassable. Trails were invisible. Shelter, was there any shelter? Then a memory surfaced, dredged up from a conversation years ago with an old-timer who had worked in the area before it was a national park. He'd spoken of the old mines that dotted the mountains, relics of a brief but frantic rush for Mecca in the early 20th century. Most were collapsed or flooded, but he'd mentioned one in particular, not far from my current position. The Widow's Maw, he'd called it. A simple, straight shaft dug into the side of the ridge. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only one I had. Pulling on every layer of gear I had in the truck, I stepped out into the tempest, The force of the wind was staggering. It stole the breath from my lungs and drove ice crystals into my exposed skin like tiny needles. Visibility was near zero. I was navigating by instinct, by the feel of the slope under my feet and the vague outline of the ridgeline against the churning gray sky. Every step was a battle. The snow was waist deep in places, a thick, heavy powder that fought my every move. My body screamed in protest. The brutal cold of physical weight pressing down on me. I don't know how long I walked. Time lost all meaning in the disorienting chaos of the storm. It could have been an hour, it could have been 3. Just as my strength was beginning to fail, just as the insidious warmth of advanced hypothermia began to feel like a welcome invitation to lie down and rest, I saw it. A dark smudge against the wall of white. A shadow where no shadow should be. The mine entrance. It was little more than a jagged hole in the rock face, partially obscured by snowdrifts and frozen vines. I clawed my way toward it, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I stumbled through the opening and collapsed just inside, escaping the wind's relentless assault. The sudden silence was deafening. My body was a riot of sensation, uncontrollable shivering, the painful sting of thawing extremities, the ragged burn of air in my frozen lungs. But I was alive. The mine had saved me. For a long time, I just lay there on the cold, stone floor, my body slowly winning its war against the cold. As the shivering subsided and coherent thought returned, I sat up and took stock of my surroundings. I switched on my heavy-duty flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a perfect, unwavering circle into the absolute darkness. The mine was just as the old timer had described it, a simple, straight tunnel, about 10 feet high and just as wide, blasted directly into the heart of the mountain. The air was frigid, but still. It smelled of damp earth, of wet stone, and of a deep, ancient stillness. The entrance was still dangerously exposed to the cold, a gaping mouth breathing in the frigid air of the blizzard. My survival depended on getting deeper, on finding a place where the mountain's ambient temperature could offer a more stable, less lethal environment. With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet. My legs felt like lead, but I forced them to move. I walked deeper into the black, my flashlight beam the only point of reference in a world devoid of light. The sound of my boots crunching on the gravelly floor echoed unnervingly in the profound silence. 10 minutes passed, maybe 15. The air grew noticeably less cold, the chill less biting. I was in the heart of the mountain now, safe from the storm. That's when I saw the first one. It hung suspended in the absolute blackness ahead of me, a perfect, self-contained sphere of light. My flashlight beam, which had seemed so powerful just moments before, felt weak and intrusive in its presence. I clicked it off, plunging the tunnel into a darkness so complete it felt solid, save for that single, impossible star. It was about the size of my fist, hovering in the middle of the tunnel, maybe 20 yards away. The light it cast was a soft, warm, golden color, like honeyed whiskey, and it pulsed with a slow, gentle, silent rhythm like a sleeping heart. It was, without a doubt, a brown mountain light. But it was here, deep in the belly of the mountain, a place where no light should be. My first reaction was not fear, but a profound, paralyzing astonishment. My ranger's mind, trained to identify, to categorize, to explain, went into overdrive. Swamp gas, impossible. There was no decaying organic matter, no swamp for miles. A reflection from some phosphorescent mineral seam. I swept the walls with my flashlight again. Nothing but damp, gray rock, flecked with the dull, silvery sheen of mica that gave the mine its purpose. There was nothing for the light to be reflecting from. It was its own source. Ball lightning. I'd read the reports, seen the grainy photographs. This was different. It was too stable, too serene. It wasn't a chaotic burst of atmospheric energy. It was composed. I stood there for a long time, mesmerized, the exhaustion and the lingering cold forgotten. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As I watched, a second orb emerged. Not from deeper, in the tunnel, but directly from the solid rock wall to the right of the first. It didn't break the rock. It simply phased through it, like a ghost passing through a wall, coalescing out of the stone itself. It was slightly smaller than the first, its light a paler shade of gold, and it began to drift in a slow, lazy orbit around its companion. Then another appeared, this time from the ceiling, and another from the floor. Soon, they were emerging from all directions, seeping through the very fabric of the mountain. Within minutes, the tunnel ahead of me was no longer a black void but a silent, swirling galaxy of light. There were dozens of them, perhaps 100, all varying in size and hue, from small, intense points of white, gold to larger, more diffuse orbs of soft amber. They filled the space before me, a silent, dancing constellation, each one moving with an unhurried, independent grace, yet clearly part of a cohesive whole. The fear that should have been screaming through my veins was absent, replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe. They didn't feel threatening. They felt curious. The initial swarm had stayed at a distance, but now, a few of the smaller lights broke away from the main group and began to drift slowly toward me. They swirled around me, their movements fluid and inquisitive. I could feel a faint, pleasant warmth radiating from them, a gentle heat that pushed back the last of the mine's chill and soothed my aching muscles. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known since I was a child, a profound and inexplicable feeling of being in the presence of something ancient and sacred. Slowly, cautiously, I raised my hand, palm up, an instinctive gesture of peace. I wasn't trying to touch one. It was more of a question, an offering. One of the closest orbs, a bright, fist-sized sphere, responded. It ceased its gentle swirling and drifted directly toward my outstretched hand, stopping to hover just an inch above my palm. I held my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could feel its warmth more distinctly now, a clean, dry heat and a subtle, low-frequency vibration that seemed to hum directly into my bones. It felt alive. Then the impossible happened. The light in my hand flared, its soft glow intensifying in a sudden, brilliant flash. It wasn't a painful brightness, but it was absolute, consuming my vision until the entire universe was nothing but pure white light. A jolt far more powerful than any static shock shot up my arm and detonated in the center of my brain. My physical senses vanished, and my consciousness was torn loose, flooded with images, sounds, and feelings that were not my own. I saw the world not through human eyes, but from a perspective of immense, geologic age. I witnessed the violent, fiery birth of the mountains, the slow, grinding collision of tectonic plates, forcing the land upward in a monumental upheaval. I felt the uns of rain and wind that followed, patiently sculpting the raw peaks into the familiar, rolling shapes I knew. I watched primeval forests rise and fall, saw rivers carve their paths through solid rock, and witnessed the slow, inexorable creep of ice ages and the vibrant return of life in their wake. The consciousness I was experiencing was not singular. It was a vast, collective intelligence, a symphony of awareness composed of every stone, every tree, every drop of water, and every living creature that had ever been a part of the mountain. It was the mountain's life force, its memory, its spirit, made manifest in the orbs of light. They weren't ghosts of Cherokee women or alien spacecraft. They were the mountain itself looking back at me, and they were aware. They had been aware for longer than the human mind could possibly comprehend. The vision, the connection, ended as abruptly as it had begun. I found myself on my knees, on the gravelly floor of the tunnel, gasping for air, my arm tingling as if it had fallen asleep. The blinding light had receded, and the orbs were still there, filling the tunnel before me. But everything had changed. Their slow, peaceful dance was gone. Now they moved with a frantic, agitated energy, zipping back and forth, colliding with one another in sharp, angry bursts of light. The gentle warmth they had radiated was gone, replaced by a prickling, intense heat that made the air shimmer. And I understood. In that single, overwhelming moment of contact, they hadn't just been showing me who they were. They had been showing me what they felt. And what they felt was pain. The mine, this tunnel that I had seen as my salvation, was a wound. A crude, violent gash carved into their ancient living being. The drill bits, the dynamite, the relentless chipping away of their substance. It had been an agony, a source of constant, grating irritation that had festered for a century. My presence, another foreign body, another piece of the same invasive species that had inflicted the wound, was like salt being rubbed into it. They hadn't been curious about me. They had been inspecting an infection, a parasite that had burrowed its way into their flesh. The realization struck me not as a thought, but as a physical blow. The peace and awe I had felt were stripped away, replaced by the raw, primal terror of a mouse realizing it has cornered itself in the den of a lion. The air in the tunnel grew thick and heavy, the heat no longer a comforting warmth but a searing, suffocating blanket. The soft, honeyed glow of the orbs became a blinding, furious glare, their colors shifting to a harsh, angry white that bleached all detail from the rock walls. The silent, graceful dance had become a furious, swarming vortex of light, a hornet's nest of pure energy that had just been kicked. My body reacted before my mind could process the command. I scrambled backward, crab walking over the loose rock, my eyes wide with a terror I had never known. The swarm surged forward, not as individual points of light, but as a cohesive, unified wave of incandescent rage. They weren't trying to kill me, I don't think. It was something more impersonal, more instinctual. They were trying to eject me, to purge the infection, to push the foreign body out of their system with overwhelming force. A wall of heat slammed into me, so intense it felt solid. It was like standing in front of an open blast furnace. The fabric of my jacket began to smoke, and the exposed skin on my face and hands screamed in protest, blistering almost instantly. I turned and ran, a clumsy, stumbling flight back the way I had come. I didn't need my flashlight. The tunnel behind me was illuminated by a pulsating, wrathful light brighter than the midday sun. The shadows it cast of my own flailing form were monstrous and elongated, dancing grotesquely on the walls in front of me. They were on me, around me, a torrent of searing light. They didn't strike me in a physical sense, but they battered me with waves of energy. Each pulse that washed over me was a concussive force, accompanied by a high-pitched, keening sound that wasn't sound at all. but a vibration that resonated deep inside my skull, rattling my teeth. My mind, still reeling from the geologic timescale of the vision, was now being assaulted, overloaded with the raw, unfiltered agony of the being I had invaded. I felt its pain, its irritation, its deep, abiding desire for me to simply be gone. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my only thought to get out, to escape the suffocating confines of the tunnel and the relentless pressure of the swarm. I could feel them nipping at my heels, their heat scorching the back of my neck. One of the smaller, brighter orbs shot past my head, and as it passed, the world dissolved again for a split second into that same white, hot static. A jolt of pure information that left me dizzy and nauseous. They were shouting at me in a language I couldn't speak, but could suddenly, terrifyingly understand. Get out. You do not belong. This is not for you. My boots slipped on the uneven floor, and I went down hard, my shoulder crashing against the rock wall. I rolled onto my back and saw them halt, hovering in a dense, agitated cloud just a few yards away. They pulsed in unison, a single, massive, glaring eye in the darkness, and the heat they projected was unbearable. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me, more than the blizzard ever could, that if I stayed on the ground, they would simply incinerate me. Not out of malice, but as a matter of course, the way a fever burns away a virus. Adrenaline surged through me, a chemical scream for survival. I pushed myself up, ignoring the sharp pain in my shoulder, and staggered on. The entrance had to be close. I could feel a subtle shift in the air, a hint of the outside world's frigid breath cutting through the mine's intense heat. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The swarm was advancing again, more slowly this time, but with a terrible, inexorable purpose. They were hurting me, driving me from their sanctuary. Then I saw it, a pale, gray rectangle in the absolute blackness ahead. The entrance. Hope, fierce and desperate, flooded my chest. I poured every last ounce of my remaining strength into a final, lung-bursting sprint. I burst out of the widow's maw and back into the blizzard, collapsing headfirst into a deep snowdrift. The shock was instantaneous and brutal. My superheated skin met the sub-zero air and snow, and my entire nervous system screamed in agony. For a moment, the world went black. When I came to, I was lying half, buried in snow, my body shaking violently. The storm, as if its fury had been tied to the mountain's own, was breaking. The wind had died down, and a thick curtain of snow was thinning to a few scattered flakes. Patches of night sky were visible, studded with cold, indifferent stars. I pushed myself into a sitting position, my mind a chaotic swirl of pain, confusion, and lingering terror. My jacket was scorched. My face and hands were a mess of angry red burns, but I was alive. I was out. I looked back at the mine entrance. It was just a dark, silent hole in the mountainside once more. The light was gone. Slowly, painfully, I got to my feet and began the long, agonizing trek back toward my truck. The blizzard had passed completely now, leaving behind a world of pristine, sculpted white under a clearing sky, and as I crested a small rise, I looked across the valley toward Brown Mountain, and I saw them. They were dancing. Glowing orbs of light, hovering and swirling over the ridge, just as I had seen them 1,000 times before. They were as beautiful, as mysterious, as enchanting as ever. But I knew their secret now. I knew what I was looking at. It wasn't a phenomenon to be studied or a fatale to be told around a campfire. It was a being, a vast, ancient consciousness that I had trespassed against. The beautiful dance over the mountain wasn't for show. It was the visible pulse of a life form, beyond our comprehension, and tonight, it was a dance of agitation, of pain, of a fever that had just successfully expelled an intruder. I no longer work at the Pisgah National Forest. I couldn't. I can't look at those mountains anymore without feeling the memory of that searing heat, without feeling the echo of that ancient, agonizing consciousness. I live in a small town on the coast now, as far from the Appalachian Range as I can get. But some nights, when the sky is clear, I find myself looking west, toward the distant, unseen peaks. And I remember, the lights are not a mystery to be solved. They are a warning to be heeded. The mountains are alive, and they don't like it when we dig into their home. They don't like it when we trespass. My name is Judah Kane, though I suspect that name means very little to anyone who might find this account. It's a name I myself tried to forget for the better part of a decade. A name I buried under a mountain of chemical haze and self-deception. To put it plainly, I was an addict. That's not a confession offered for sympathy. It is a clinical fact, a necessary starting point to understand how I found myself shivering in the cold, silent guts of the earth, waiting for a monster that I was convinced couldn't possibly be real. It all began with a debt, as these stories so often do. The man I owed was named Silas, a creature of the city's underbelly who operated with the cold, reptilian efficiency of a predator that has never known fear. He wasn't a man of idle threats. The promises he made were etched in the scars and broken bones of those who had failed to heed them. My debt had grown beyond a simple financial obligation. It had metastasized into a personal insult, a mark of disrespect he was keen to erase. The last time I saw him, his voice was a low, gravelly whisper that cut through my drug-addled fog with chilling clarity. "Judah," he'd said, his eyes like chips of obsidian. "The next time I see you, your legs are mine. I'm going to make it so you can't even crawl away." Panic, cold and sharp, finally pierced the thick numbness that had become my constant companion. It wasn't just the physical threat, it was the sudden, horrifying realization of the corner I had backed myself into. I had no money, no allies, and no more lies to sell. My world had shrunk to the size of a single, desperate imperative run. I stole what little cash I could from the lockbox of the Gremy diner, where I occasionally washed dishes, filled a tattered backpack with a few bottles of water, a half-eaten bag of stale chips, and, most importantly, the last of my stash, a dangerous cocktail of whatever I'd been able to procure. It was my emergency kit, a parachute I hoped I wouldn't have to pull, but one I couldn't bear to leave behind. My car, a rust bucket sedan that wheezed and complained with every mile, became my sanctuary and my prison. I drove with no destination in mind, only a frantic need to put distance between myself and Silas's reach. I drove east, pushing the groaning engine through the night, my gaze flitting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the glint of headlights from Silas's black muscle car tailing me. The city lights bled into the endless dark of the interstate, and as the hours crawled by, the landscape began to change. The flat, urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills that grew into the ancient, slumbering mountains of Appalachia. I was heading into the heart of West Virginia, a place of deep woods, forgotten towns, and whispered legends. It was in a greasy spoon off a 2-lane highway, the air thick with the smell of fried bacon and stale coffee. that I first heard the story. Two old-timers were hunched over the counter, their voices a low murmur. I was only half listening, my mind preoccupied, with the tremors starting in my hands, the first sign of the chemical storm brewing inside me. But then I caught a few words that snagged my attention. 10 feet tall, glowing orange eyes. I leaned in, pretending to study the faded menu. They were talking about Flatwoods, a small town just a few miles from where I was. They spoke of a night back in the 50s, when something had fallen from the sky, a ball of fire that streaked across the evening and crashed into the hills. They talked about the thing that had emerged from the wreckage, a creature of impossible height, with a head shaped like the ace of spades, a dark, pleated skirt like body, and long, spindly arms that ended in claws. It had glided toward the witnesses, hissing, its eyes burning like hot coals, leaving behind a sickeningly sweet, metallic odor that clung to the air for hours. The men spoke of it as a historical fact, a piece of local lore as real as the mountains themselves. They called it the Flatwoods Monster. One of them mentioned the old clay mine on the outskirts of town, a place that had been abandoned not long after the incident. "No one goes up there," he said, shaking his head. "Not since. Place ain't right." A seed of an idea, born of desperation and encroaching madness, began to sprout in my mind. A place no one goes. A place with a story so bizarre, it would keep even the most determined pursuer at bay. It was perfect. It was a hole to crawl into. A place to ride out the coming tempest of withdrawal and fear. A place where Silas would never think to look. The monster was just a ghost story, a campfire tale to scare children. The real monster was the one hunting me, and the ones I carried inside my own bloodstream. Finding the mine was easier and more unsettling than I'd anticipated. Their dirt road, choked with weeds, branched off the main highway and wound its way up into the dense, silent woods. My car scraped and bounced over the ruts, the branches of overgrown trees, clawing at the windows like skeletal fingers. The road ended abruptly in a clearing littered with the ghosts of industry, a rusted out-or cart lying on its side, the skeletal remains of a wooden sluice, and a crumbling brick smokestack veiled in ivy. And there, carved into the face of the hillside, was the entrance to the mine. It was not a grand opening, but a jagged, dark wound in the earth, framed by rotting timbers. A faded, bullet-riddled sign nailed to one of the beams, Green GR, KPOU. The air flowing from the opening was cool, and carried the scent of damp soil, of deep, undisturbed darkness. My body was already beginning its rebellion. A fine tremor ran through my limbs, and a cold sweat slicked my skin. The edges of my vision were starting to shimmer, the vibrant green of the forest floor, seeming to pulse with an unnatural light. The storm was coming. I knew I didn't have much time. With my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the profound silence of the woods, I grabbed my backpack and scrambled out of the car. The darkness of the mine's entrance was absolute, a solid wall of black that seemed to absorb the afternoon light. It felt like a living thing, a throat waiting to swallow me whole. For a moment, I hesitated. The old-timers' story echoed in my head, 10-foot tall thing with glowing orange eyes. But then I thought of Silas's cold whisper, the promise of shattered bone and searing pain. The choice was clear. I would take my chances with the ghosts. I crawled into the mine. The temperature dropped instantly, the air growing heavy and still. The light from the entrance vanished behind me. After the first turn, plunging me into a darkness so complete it felt like a physical weight. I fumbled for the small, cheap flashlight in my pack, its beam a weak, trembling spear against the oppressive black. It revealed a narrow, rough-hewn tunnel, the walls slick with moisture that trickled down in slow, steady drips. The sound of each drop echoed, creating the unnerving illusion of footsteps following me, just beyond the reach of my light. I pushed deeper, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cocktail of chemicals I'd ingested hours before was now fully taking hold, twisting my perceptions. The damp rock walls seemed to shift and breathe in the wavering beam of my flashlight. Shadows danced and coalesced, forming fleeting, grotesque faces that vanished the moment I tried to focus on them. I knew it was a hallucination. I'd been through this before. It was just a ride, a terrifying, mind-bending ride that I had to endure until it was over. I found a small side chamber, a hollowed-out space just off the main tunnel. It was drier than the passage, and the floor was covered in a fine, soft dust. This would be my sanctuary. I huddled in the far corner, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. I switched off the flashlight to conserve its battery, and the absolute darkness returned, a suffocating blanket. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sound of my own frantic breathing, and waited for the storm in my head to pass. But the storm was only just beginning. Time, in that subterranean blackness, ceased to have meaning. Seconds stretched into agonizing eternities, and minutes compressed into fleeting moments of terror. The storm I had been waiting for arrived, not as a gentle rain but as a biblical deluge, and my mind was the floodplain. The familiar, almost comforting, first waves of the trip began to wash over me. The darkness behind my eyelids bloomed with kaleidoscopic patterns, intricate and beautiful in their own right, but I knew they were just the prelude. Soon the hallucinations bled out into the perceived world. With my eyes wide open in the pitch-black chamber, I began to see. Phosphenes danced in my vision, coalescing into faint, shimmering outlines of impossible geometries. The steady, rhythmic dripping of water from somewhere down the tunnel began to sound like a language. A series of clicks and pops that felt laden with sinister intent. I could feel the rock at my back, cold and solid, yet it seemed to pulse with a slow, deep organic rhythm, like the beating of a colossal heart, buried deep within the mountain. The very air grew thick, soupy, and I had the suffocating sensation that I was inhaling not oxygen, but the fine, gritty dust of ages. I'd been here before, mentally speaking. I knew the landscape of this particular hell. The key was not to fight it. You had to surrender, to become a piece of driftwood on the chemical tide, and let it carry you until it deposited you, trembling and raw, back on the shores of reality. I curled tighter, a mantra of, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real," looping in my thoughts, a flimsy shield against the encroaching chaos. But then, something new. It started with a sound that cut through the cacophony of my internal storm with the clean, sharp edge of a razor. It was a hiss. Not the organic hiss of a snake or the slow leak of a tire, but a loud, mechanical, and unnervingly regular sound, like the sharp release of compressed air from a pneumatic valve. Pesesist, shunke. Pesesist, shishunke. It was rhythmic, methodical, and it came from the direction of the main tunnel. My mantra faltered. My trips had sounds, of course. Distorted voices, ethereal music, impossible whispers, but never anything like this. This sound was industrial. It was real. It had a weight and a texture that my drug, addled brain couldn't have simply fabricated. It was the sound of something working. Accompanying the hiss was a smell equally alien. It slithered into my small chamber. An insidious vapor that bypassed my nose and seemed to manifest directly at the back of my throat. It was sickeningly sweet, a cloying odor like burnt sugar, mixed with the acrid tang of hot metal and ozone. It was the smell of a machine overheating, of circuits frying. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, latched onto the idea of old, decaying mining equipment. Some forgotten generator, miraculously sputtering to life. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that no machine left to rot for half a century would make these sounds or smells. My paranoia, which had been a dull, throbbing H, now sharpened into a blade of pure, unadulterated fear. I was not alone. The certainty of it was absolute. Someone, or something, was in the mine with me. Was it Silas? Had he somehow tracked me here? The thought was absurd. Silas was a creature of asphalt and concrete. He wouldn't be caught dead in a place like this. It had to be someone else. A local, maybe. A fellow squatter. Then the light began. It wasn't a sudden flood, but a gradual, creeping illumination that seemed to bleed from the main tunnel. It was a deep, pulsing crimson, the color of an open wound. The light painted the entrance to my chamber, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like living things. The rough-hewn walls of the mine were transformed into a living throat, the pulsing, red glow mimicking the slow, rhythmic contraction of a gullet. I pressed myself so hard against the back wall of my alcove that I felt the sharp edges of the rock dig into my spine. I held my breath, praying that the shadows would conceal me. The hissing grew louder, closer. Possessest, Shian-K. Possessest, Shuan-K. And with it, the silhouette appeared. It stood framed in the crimson, lit entrance to my chamber, a figure of impossible proportions. It was tall. Not just tall like a basketball player, but unnaturally, disturbingly tall, its head nearly scraping the top of the tunnel entrance. A space a good 10 feet high. The shape of its head was bizarre, a sharp, pointed cowl that flared out at the bottom, exactly like the ace of spades from a deck of cards. Its body was a dark, shifting mass, draped in what looked like a pleated, metallic dress that shimmered in the red light. But the most terrifying features were its eyes. They were not eyes in a conventional sense, but two large, glowing orange ovals that burned with a steady, internal fire. They were like the embers of a dying star, ancient and cold and utterly devoid of any emotion I could recognize. The creature didn't stand on the ground. It levitated, hovering a few inches above the dusty floor, its movement not a walk but a smooth, silent glide, an effortless drift that defied all logic. The Flatwoods monster. My mind fractured.
One half screamed, hallucination!
It was the perfect drug-fueled nightmare. My brain latching onto the ghost story I'd heard at the diner and projecting it into the darkness. It was a waking dream, a chemical phantasm given form by fear and local folklore. But my senses, my raw, terrified senses, screamed back.
Real!
The sweet, metallic smell was now overpowering, making my eyes water and my stomach churn. The rhythmic hissing was deafening, a physical pressure against my eardrums. And I could feel the heat from its glowing orange eyes on my skin, a palpable warmth that had nothing to do with my own feverish state. I was trapped in the nexus, the horrifying, razor-thin line between a chemical nightmare and a real, life monster. I couldn't tell what was a symptom of my withdrawal and what was a genuine, external threat. And in that moment of profound, soul-shattering confusion, it didn't matter. The terror was absolute. It glided into my chamber. The red light from the tunnel spilled in behind it, casting its colossal shadow over me, swallowing me whole. It moved with a serene, unhurried grace that was somehow more frightening than any sudden, aggressive movement. It was like a surgeon approaching a patient on an operating table, confident and methodical. Its arms, long and spindly, emerged from the folds of its metallic garment. They ended not in hands, but in long, gnarled, greenish claws, talons that looked capable of rending rock. They reached for me, slowly, deliberately. I was paralyzed. Every muscle in my body was locked, frozen by a fear so profound it had short-circuited my entire nervous system. I couldn't scream. I couldn't run. I couldn't even close my eyes. I could only watch as this impossible being, this creature from a forgotten headline, drifted closer, its burning orange eyes fixed on mine, its metallic claws reaching for my head. The tips of its metallic claws, cold as cryo-fluid, touched my temples. I flinched, a pathetic full body twitch, my mind bracing for a pain I could not imagine. A spike through the skull, a psychic evisceration, the boiling of my brain. I expected a scream to be torn from my throat, a final, agonized shriek that would be swallowed by the ancient rock. But there was no pain. There was no physical sensation at all beyond that initial, shocking cold. Instead, there was a sudden, violent, and overwhelming torrent of everything. It was not a thought or a sound, but a direct, unfiltered data stream pouring into the deepest parts of my consciousness. My own identity, my sense of self, Judah Kane, the junkie, the coward, was instantly submerged, a single drop of rain falling into an infinite ocean. I saw stars. Not the pinpricks of light you see from Earth, but brilliant, raging suns of impossible color, vast nebulae of swirling, incandescent gas, and the cold, hard glitter of galaxies wheeling in the cosmic dark. I felt the crushing silence of the void, the patient, unending emptiness between worlds. Then, an image, sharp and clear, a craft, a vessel of elegant, biomechanical design, tumbling through the upper atmosphere of a blue-green world. I felt the jolt of an impact, the shriek of tortured metal, and the sickening lurch of a catastrophic system failure. I saw the desperate, analytical mind of its pilot fighting for control, a mind not of panic, but of pure, focused problem-solving. The crash was not a fiery explosion, but a controlled descent, a desperate attempt to minimize damage, ending in a violent collision with the wooded hills of West Virginia. I saw this creature, not a monster, but a pilot, a scientist, perhaps a cartographer, emerging from the wounded shell of its ship. I felt its solitude, its isolation on a world teeming with strange, chaotic life. It wasn't malevolent, it was stranded, and I saw what it was doing here in this mine. The hissing, the pulsing red light, they weren't signs of aggression. They were the sounds and lights of its tools. The clay in this specific mine, I understood with a clarity that was not my own, possessed unique piezoelectric and mineralogical properties. It was a rare, essential component needed to synthesize the materials to repair its craft's damaged energy conduits. This mine wasn't a lair, it was a workshop. This creature wasn't hiding. It was working a castaway on a desolate island, patiently trying to rebuild its ship. This flood of information, this shared consciousness, lasted for what could have been a nanosecond or 1,000 years. And then, just as I was beginning to drown in this vast, alien perspective, the focus shifted. The lens of its perception turned inward, focusing on me, And that was when the true horror began. I felt its curiosity. It was a pure, cold, and deeply impersonal thing, the way a biologist might be curious about a new species of insect discovered under a rock. It had sensed my presence, not as a threat, but as an anomaly. It had been drawn to the chaotic, erratic energy of my mind, a mind thrown wide open and made vulnerable by a cocktail of potent neurotoxins. It began to study me. It sifted through my memories, my emotions, my fears, not with malice, but with a detached, scientific interest. It saw Silas. It saw the needle. It saw the endless, looping cycle of shame, desperation, and self-destruction that had become my life. It perceived the chemical storm raging through my synapses, analyzing the data with a chilling efficiency. I was not a person to it. I was a specimen. A strange, damaged piece of local fauna it had stumbled upon in its laboratory. The most terrifying part was the complete absence of judgment. It didn't see me as evil or weak or pathetic. It simply saw me as broken, a biological machine malfunctioning in a fascinatingly complex way. There was no empathy, no pity, only a profound and unnerving analytical detachment. In the face of its ancient, cosmic perspective, my entire existence, my pain, my addiction, my fear of a petty thug named Silas, was rendered utterly and completely insignificant. I was a bug under a microscope, a fleeting, twitching curiosity. The contact broke. The pressure in my head vanished as abruptly as it had begun. The creature retracted its long, metallic claws, its orange eyes blinking slowly, as if processing the data it had just downloaded. It had learned what it needed to know. My purpose as a subject of study was complete. Without a backward glance, it turned and glided out of my chamber, a silent, ghostly shape against the pulsing crimson glow. It floated back down the main tunnel, the methodical process, suing of its tools in the eerie red light, slowly fading into the distance, until I was once again left alone in the cold, the silence and the absolute, suffocating darkness. I didn't move for a long time. I remained huddled in the corner, my body racked with the violent, convulsive aftershocks of the trip, now compounded by the psychic trauma of the encounter. My mind was a battlefield of warring questions. Was it real? Was any of it real? Or was it the most profound and terrifying drug-fueled nightmare ever conceived? My subconscious latching onto a local legend to give a face to my own internal demons. Had my brain, in its desperate attempt to process my self-loathing, simply fabricated a cosmic mirror to show me how broken I truly was? I don't know. I never will. The line between the hallucination and the reality had been so thoroughly erased that trying to distinguish one from the other was a fool's errand. But as the first faint hint of dawn began to filter into the mind's entrance, painting the distant darkness in shades of gray, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. It didn't matter if it was real or not. The effect was the same. I crawled out of that mind the next morning, blinking in the bright, clean light of a world that seemed both alien and achingly familiar. I was hollowed out, scarred clean by a terror so fundamental it had burned away everything else. The fear of Silas, the craving for the needle, the endless, knowing anxiety. It was all gone. It had been replaced by the chilling memory of being seen, truly seen, and understood, not as a man, but as a broken specimen. I didn't go back to my car. I left it there, a monument to a life I was leaving behind. I walked down the dirt road, onto the 2-lane highway, and straight to the nearest town. I found a payphone and made a call I had been too scared and too proud to make for years. I checked into a rehab center that afternoon. I've been clean ever since. Because whether it was a creature from the stars or a demon from inside my own head, it doesn't matter. I looked into the vast, indifferent eyes of the incomprehensible, and it showed me, with perfect, clinical clarity, exactly how small and broken I was. And sometimes that's the only thing that can scare you straight. My name is Theresa Linwood. A year ago, the media gave me a title I never asked for, a label seared into my identity like a brand. The Final Girl. It's what the local papers and the sensationalist online blogs called me after I emerged, alone and incoherent, from the Red River mine. I was the sole survivor of what they officially designated the Red River Mine tragedy, a neat, palatable term for an event that tore my world apart and shredded my sanity. There were 5 of us when we went in. We were a unit, a self-contained universe of ambition and shared dreams. We called ourselves Uncharted Truth, a slightly pretentious name for our burgeoning urban exploration documentary series. Our goal was to peel back the layers of local legends, to find the kernel of truth buried beneath years of folklore and ghost stories. We weren't just thrill seekers. We were storytellers armed with cameras and a belief that some tales were too potent to be mere fiction. Mark was the heart of our group, and he was the heart of my life. My boyfriend. He was the director, the visionary with an infectious passion that could convince you to follow him into the darkest of places. He saw the world through a camera lens, framing life into compelling narratives. He believed the Red River Mine was our masterpiece, the story that would put us on the map. His creative partner was Sarah, our meticulous researcher and historian. She was the one who unearthed the legend in the first place, spending weeks buried in county archives and dusty library basements. Sarah could trace the lineage of a ghost story, the way a genealogist traces a bloodline. She found the thread that connected the infamous Bell witch haunting of the 1820s to the abandoned mine. The legend claimed that after the Bell family was finally freed from their tormentor, the entity didn't vanish. It migrated, latching onto a new family, the Taylors, who had purchased the land and opened the Red River Mine. It was Sarah who found the coroner's report from 1888, the one describing in chillingly sterile detail how the entire Taylor family, father, mother, and 2 children, were found dead inside the mine. Their bodies, the report noted, were mangled in a manner inconsistent with any known mining accident or animal attack. Ben was our tech guru, the master of gear. He could coax a clear audio signal from the deepest cavern and rig a camera to see in near total darkness. He was the pragmatist, the skeptic who grounded us. He'd scoff at the ghost stories, tapping his light meter and muttering about atmospheric pressure and geological anomalies. But even he couldn't deny the grim history of the place. He was there to capture the facts, to document reality, and in a way, his skepticism was a comforting anchor against the tide of superstition. Rounding out our crew was Chloe, my best friend since childhood and our social media manager. She was the voice of our project, the one who built our online following with tantalizing teasers, and behind the scenes clips. She had a vibrant, magnetic energy, but beneath it was a deep, seated fear of the dark, of enclosed spaces, of everything the mine represented. Yet, her loyalty to the group, and to me, was stronger than her fear. She trusted us. She trusted Mark. We all did. We went into that mine to find the truth, to film a documentary that would separate fact from fiction. 5 of us went in. Only I came out. The official report is a study in clinical detachment. It speaks of a rare, unexpected flash flood that surged through the mine's lower tunnels. It states that my friends drowned, their deaths tragic but explainable. My own condition, the memory loss, the hypothermia, the deep scratches on my arms and back, was attributed to the trauma of survival, the mind's self-defense mechanism against an unbearable reality. They gave me therapy, medication, and sympathetic platitudes. They told me I was lucky. But I don't feel lucky. I feel like a loose end in a story that refuses to end. My memory isn't a complete blank. It's a shattered mirror, and in the shards, I see things the official report conveniently ignores. I have flashes, nightmarish fragments that jolt me from sleep, drenched in a cold sweat. I remember a voice, a high, sibilant whisper that slithered through the darkness, a voice that knew all our names, all our deepest secrets, the ones we never spoke aloud. It knew of Chloe's crippling debt, of Ben's jealousy toward Mark, of Sarah's secret ambition to leave the group and take the credit for her research. It knew everything. I remember the physical violations, the sharp, stinging pinches on my skin, the hard slap across my face in the pitch black, the terrifying sensation of being dragged backward by an invisible, impossibly strong force. Most vividly, I remember the sound of Mark screaming my name, a desperate, final cry that was abruptly cut short by a sickening, wet crunch. That sound is the metronome of my nightmares. They told me I was found near the entrance, half frozen and delirious. They said I was lucky the floodwaters had receded, leaving me on a muddy bank instead of sweeping me away. But I know it wasn't a flood. A flood doesn't whisper your secrets. A flood doesn't laugh. So today, 1 year to the day, I'm going back. I have to. The not knowing is a cancer, eating me from the inside out. I'm standing at the entrance to the Red River mine now, a professional grade digital audio recorder clutched in my hand. This is my testimony. If I don't come back, this is the truth. Let the world know what really happened here. The entrance is a dark, gaping wound in the Tennessee hillside, exhaling a stale, cold breath. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth, of wet, decaying leaves, and something else. Something metallic and acrid, like old blood. Underneath it all is an almost imperceptible scent, something that smells like old, spiteful hatred. I flick on my headlamp. Its powerful LED beam, cutting a stark white path into the oppressive blackness. I take a deep breath and step inside. It's just as I remember from the nightmares. The main tunnel stretches forward, a perfect man, made cylinder supported by rotting timbers. The narrow, gauge cart tracks, rusted and brown, glisten wetly in my light, disappearing into the infinite dark ahead. The silence is the first thing that hits you. It's not just an absence of sound, it's a presence. It's heavy, suffocating, pressing in on you from all sides, making the blood pound in your ears. It feels like the silence of a predator, waiting patiently. Mark, my voice is a pathetic tremor, instantly swallowed by the void. Sarah, Ben, Chloe. Only my own echo answers, a thin, ghostly imitation of my fear. But it feels like something is listening. I can feel eyes on me, a malevolent attention from the impenetrable shadows, just beyond the reach of my light. It's cold in here, colder than it should be for an autumn day. It's a deep, penetrating cold that seems to emanate from the rock itself, seeping into my bones. I walk deeper, my boots making soft, squelching sounds in the mud. I reach the junction, the fork in the tunnel that sealed our fate. A year ago. We made a decision here. Ben and Chloe took the right tunnel to set up stationary cameras, while Sarah stayed behind to document the entrance area. Mark and I went left. That was our mistake. I shined my light on the walls of the left tunnel. They are covered in scratches. The official report dismissed them as tool marks from the original miners, but I know better. They aren't uniform. They are frantic, chaotic, and clustered in desperate patterns. They look like they were made by fingernails. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, a testament to unimaginable agony. And then I hear it. It's faint at first, just on the very edge of hearing, like the sigh of a distant wind. But there is no wind in here. It's a woman's voice, high and thin. It's a whisper, and it's saying my name, Theresa. My blood turns to ice. It knows I'm back. The whisper of my name hangs in the dead air, a venomous thread weaving through the silence. Theresa, it's not a memory. It's real. My heart stutters, hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct screams at me to turn, to flee back into the light. But my feet are rooted to the muddy floor. I am a statue of ice and terror. The beam from my headlamp trembles, dancing across the scarred rock walls. I am not alone. I was never alone. Who's there? The words are a fool's errand, a child's plea to a monster under the bed. The only response is a soft, chilling chuckle that seems to come from inside my own head. Then, the whispers multiply. It's no longer just my name. The voice, still thin and female, begins to speak of my friends, but it uses their own voices, twisted into cruel parodies. She never appreciated you, you know. It whispers, and suddenly the voice is Chloe's, laced with a bitter resentment I never heard in life. Always talking about her perfect relationship with Mark, her perfect future. While I was drowning in debt, she was planning a documentary. So easy for her. My stomach churns. Chloe had confided in me about her student loans, the crushing weight of them. I had tried to help, offered to lend her money, but she had refused, her pride too strong. To hear her private anxieties weaponized, twisted into an accusation, is a profound violation. He always picked you. Another voice hisses, and this time it's Ben's, dripping with a jealousy he had always kept carefully hidden. Mark's little prodigy. He never saw my talent. I was just the gear mule. He would have held me back forever. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the poisonous words. No, I whisper to the darkness. Ben wasn't like that. A sharp sting, like a flung pebble, hits my cheek. I cry out, stumbling back. My headlamp beam sweeps the tunnel. Nothing, just empty, dripping darkness. The primary voice returns, the high, spiteful whisper of the entity itself. Oh, but they were Theresa. They smiled at you, but their hearts were full of secrets. Just like Sarah's. Sarah's voice, crisp and academic, fills the void. This story was mine, my research, my discovery. They were just the camera crew. Once we had the footage, I was going to write the definitive account. Alone. Uncharted truth was a stepping stone, and they were all too naive to see it. It's a psychological assault, a calculated campaign to poison my memories, to isolate me even from the dead. It wants me to believe I was always alone, that their love and friendship were a lie. It feeds on misery, on doubt, on betrayal. It's trying to break me down before it tears me apart. You're lying, I say, my voice gaining a sliver of strength from a surge of anger. You killed them. Something yanks my hair, hard, snapping my head back. I scream, spinning around, swinging my arms wildly at the empty air. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. And then the laughter starts. It's not the soft chuckle from before. It's a high, cackling shriek that echoes from every direction at once, a sound of pure, unadulterated malice. It's the sound of a predator enjoying its prey's terror. "You shouldn't have come back, little survivor," it whispers. The voice now right beside my ear, so close I can almost feel a cold, dead breath on my skin. "I let you go for a reason. You were the messenger. To go out into the world and tell the story, to spread the fear. That is your purpose. But now you've broken the rules. You've come back to my house uninvited." Fueled by a cocktail of terror and adrenaline, I push forward, deeper into the left tunnel. My mission hasn't changed. I need proof. I need something tangible to take back to the world. Something that can't be dismissed as trauma-induced delusion. The whispering follows me, a constant, tormenting litany of my friend's darkest thoughts, real or imagined. The tunnel floor becomes soupier, the mud sucking at my boots with every step. My headlamp beam catches something ahead, a shape half buried in the muck. It's metallic, rectangular. My breath catches in my throat. It's Mark's main camera, the professional one he never let out of his sight. I fall to my knees in the cold mud, my hands scrabbling at the object. I pull it free with a wet, sucking sound. The casing is cracked, and the advanced lens is a spiderweb of shattered glass. It's ruined. But my heart leaps when I see it, the small, rubber-sealed flap on the side, the one protecting the memory card slot, is still closed. This is it. The footage. The last moments. The proof. With trembling fingers, I pry open the flap. The tiny memory card is nestled safely inside. I pull it out, clutching it in my palm like a holy relic. It feels warm, or maybe that's just the heat of my own desperate blood. I shove it deep into the zippered pocket of my jacket. I have it. Now I just have to get it out of here. The second the zipper closes, the atmosphere in the mind changes. The playful, canned mouse torment vanishes, replaced by a palpable wave of incandescent rage. The whispering stops. In its place, a shriek erupts from the darkness ahead, a sound so full of hate and fury that it feels like a physical blow. It's not one voice anymore. It's a chorus, a legion of the damned, all screaming at once. Then I hear a new sound. A heavy, wet, dragging sound. It's coming from further down the tunnel. The direction Mark and I were heading that night. It's the sound of something heavy and inert being pulled through the thick mud. It's getting closer. I scramble to my feet and run. I don't look back. I sprint back the way I came, my boots splashing through the mire, my breath coming in ragged, panicked sobs. The junction should be right ahead. I should be able to see the main tunnel. But it's not there. The tunnel continues onward, a straight, unrelenting tube of darkness. I must have gotten turned around in my panic. I stop, panting, and shine my light behind me. The tunnel is empty, but the dragging sound is louder now, closer. I turn and run again, but the geography of the mine makes no sense. The walls seem to press in. The ceiling feels lower. This isn't a mine, it's a labyrinth. It's her playground, and she's changing the rules. My headlamp flickers. Once. Twice. The beam weakens, turning a sickly yellow. The batteries were brand new. I slam the side of the lamp with my palm, and the bright white light returns, but only for a moment before it flickers again. In the strobing effect of the failing light, my eyes play tricks on me. For a split second, in one of the flashes, I think I see a shape down the tunnel behind me, a tall, impossibly thin silhouette of a woman, her limbs bent at unnatural angles. The light flickers again, and she's gone. The dragging sound is right behind me now. The whispering returns, no longer a chorus, but a single, intimate voice, right in my ear. Your friends are waiting for you, Theresa. They're all waiting. We're going to have a proper family reunion. My light flickers one last time, and then it's gone. Total, absolute darkness. A blackness so complete it feels solid. It's so cold. I can feel its breath on the back of my neck. It smells like the grave. The darkness is a physical weight, a smothering blanket woven from cold and silence. The grave smell fills my lungs, a scent of rot and ancient earth. Its breath on my neck is not a whisper of air, but a void, a patch of absolute cold that leaches the warmth from my very soul. My body is paralyzed, every muscle locked in a rictus of pure terror. My mind is a frantic storm, but my limbs refuse to obey. Now you understand. The voice whispers, no longer in my ear but inside my skull. A direct transmission of its thoughts into mine. This isn't a haunting. This is a home. The Taylors are still here. Your friends are still here. And now you will be too. A hand colder than frozen stone closes around my arm. The grip is like iron. It's not the hand of a human. The fingers are too long. The joints bending in ways that feel sickeningly wrong. It begins to pull me, dragging me deeper into the suffocating blackness. The wet, dragging sound I heard before is right beside me now, and I understand with a fresh wave of nausea what it was. It was dragging one of them, one of my friends, bringing them to the reunion. The touch breaks my paralysis. A primal scream tears from my throat, and I begin to fight. I thrash, kick, and swing my fists into the empty air. My hand connects with something solid but yielding, like striking cold, damp clay. A shriek of fury answers me, and the grip on my arm tightens, threatening to snap the bone. I'm being pulled off my feet, my boots losing purchase in the thick mud. My free hand scrabbles at my jacket, my mind seizing on a desperate, insane idea. The audio recorder. This is my testimony. I had started it when I entered the mine. Is it still running? My fingers find the small, rectangular device in my pocket. I pull it out, my thumb fumbling for the controls. I can't see anything, but I can feel the raised circle of the main button. I press it, hoping to stop the recording, to save what I have. A tiny, impossibly bright red light blinks on, illuminating a horrifying tableau for a fraction of a second. In the brief flash, I see it. It's not a woman. It's a thing that wears the shape of one, a tall, emaciated figure of mottled gray skin, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. Its limbs are long and spindly, and its head is tooted at an impossible angle, a mass of tangled black hair hiding its face. And at its feet, half submerged in the mud, is a body. It's Ben, his face a pale, slack mask of terror, his eyes wide and staring at nothing. The light from the recorder dies, plunging me back into darkness, but the image is burned onto the backs of my eyelids. The entity lets out another shriek, this one of pain and anger, and its grip on my arm loosens for a second. It recoils from the tiny red light. The technology, the act of recording, of witnessing, it hurts it. That's all the chance I need. I wrench my arm free and scramble away, crawling on my hands and knees through the freezing mud. I don't know which way is out, but I move away from the shriek.
You cannot leave!
It screams, its voice losing its composure, becoming a raw, bestial roar.
You are part of the story! You belong to me!
I get to my feet and run, holding the recorder in front of me like a crucifix. I keep my thumb on the button, pulsing it on and off. Each time the red light blinks, the thing shrieks and I get a fleeting, strobe-like glimpse of the tunnel. The walls are moving, shifting, the tunnel ahead elongating 1 second and shrinking the next. It's a nightmare landscape, a hell of its own making. The voices of my friends return, no longer whispering but screaming my name, begging me to stop, to come back, to join them. Theresa, don't leave us again. It's Mark's voice, full of anguish and betrayal.
We can be together.
Forever. Tears stream down my face, freezing on my cheeks. You're not him. I sob, my voice raw. You're not them. I stumble, my foot catching on one of the rusted cart tracks. I fall hard, the recorder flying from my grasp and skittering across the rocky floor. The tiny red light goes out. The shriekant stops, and expectant silence falls. The game is over. I crawl frantically, my hands sweeping through the mud, searching for the recorder. The dragging sound starts again, fast, slithering, coming right for me. My fingers brush against the cool plastic of the recorder, just as the icy hand clamps down on my ankle. It yanks me backward, my body plowing a furrow through the mud. I scream, holding onto the recorder, and jam my thumb on the button. The red light flashes. The entity howls, its grip faltering. I kick out with my free foot, connecting with something that cracks like dry wood. The hand releases me. I don't wait. I crab, walk backward, away from the enraged howls, never taking my eyes off the darkness ahead. I can feel a change in the air, a slight shift in the pressure, a draft. Faintly, so faintly I think I'm imagining it, I see a lessening of the blackness ahead. A patch of dark gray in a sea of absolute black. The entrance. I turn and run toward it, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The entity is in full pursuit now. The entire mine seems to come alive with its rage. The timbers groan, and rocks clatter down from the ceiling. The whispers are a deafening roar from 1,000 throats, all promising agony, all demanding my return. The gray patch grows, resolving into the square outline of the mine entrance. I can see the silhouettes of trees against a pre-dawn sky. Freedom. I am almost there. I burst out of the mine, collapsing onto the damp, leaf-strewn ground, gasping the clean, cold morning air. I roll over and look back. For a moment, standing just inside the shadows of the entrance, I see the tall, thin silhouette, a figure of pure hatred against the darkness. It doesn't step into the light. A long, spindly arm reaches out, its unnaturally long fingers seeming to grasp at the air, before it retreats back into the depths. The sun begins to rise, its first rays spilling over the Tennessee hills, and the mine is just a dark, silent hole in the ground again. I lie there for a long time, shaking, crying, clutching the muddy audio recorder and the memory card in my pocket. This is the truth. This is my testimony. I survived again. But I know this isn't the end. I broke the rules. I went back into her house and I stole her secrets. I didn't just survive this time. I fought back. And I know, with a certainty that chills me more than the memory of its touch, that it will not let that stand. I am the final girl, the one who got away. But for how long? The story isn't finished. It has just begun.